Let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back.
in the good old days, huh?
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron. The other host joining me today is Daniel Sun.
Hello.
Now, before we start today's episode, we do have a couple of announcements to make.
If you would like to support the show, you can do so by joining our premium subscription service, Supercast. For just $6.66 a month, you can enjoy weekly premium audio episodes and access to our entire back catalog of over 270 plus episodes that are all ad free.
Or if you're a big baller and you want to spend a little extra change, then you can sign up to our premium video service, which is only $9.99. And you get access not only to our premium audio episodes each week, but to our premium video episodes as well. And you can sign up to that by going to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com. Right there in the middle is going to be a button that says Supercast. You click on it, it will take you over to that website. It takes you 30 seconds to sign up. Super easy to do, super easy to use if you want.
Now, we know things are tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a premium membership, but you still want to help us out, you can do so by leaving us a written review on iTunes or Spotify.
That helps us out a lot.
However, don't feel pressure to leave us one. If you don't want to, then that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever, whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also remember, this episode is entirely human-made. No AI were used or harmed in the process, other than for the base graphic template.
And that is the end of the announcements. All right, so just a heads up, we have been up for over 50 hours now, and we have over 35 pages of research into this topic. And I know what some of you may be thinking. You have previously done this episode, and that's correct, but all of our information is new because of what happened. So like I said, we originally did an episode over Isaac Kappy back in 2020, and we released it as a premium episode that only supporters got access to. Now that that was 5 years ago, and we figured it would be a good time to redo this episode with newer information and release it to everyone for free. However, upon redoing this episode, we ran into some very weird roadblocks. For example, we do all of our research on Google Documents, and we save all of our research in case we need to reference it later on. Now, when we tried to find all of our research that we did on Isaac Kappy back in 2020, we learned that Google had deleted those documents. Also, we had a separate document for the video references that we used in that episode. However, Google did not delete that document. However, almost every single Isaac Kappy video that we referenced that was on that document, YouTube ended up deleting those videos. But we were able to find some of those videos, but not all of them. So needless to say, those were some strange things that we stumbled upon while deciding to redo this topic. Now, there was something else that I wanted to announce before we start this episode, is that on this podcast, we do not cover religion and we don't cover politics, simply because we believe that it divides the people. However, on some of the episodes that we do cover, there are some political aspects to it. So with that being said, I just want to say this. Our political affiliations do not matter. We are not right-leaning. We are not left-leaning. We are for the power of the people. And our purpose on this podcast is to tell you the truth about whatever is going on, regardless of where that truth leads us. So now that we have made that clear, let's jump into today's episode and discuss who Isaac Kappy was, the claims he made, his death, strange facts and findings, and the theories surrounding him. So Dan, can you start that off for us?
So Isaac Kappy was born on February 17th, 1977 in Albuquerque, New Mexico to Glenn and Wendy Kappy. At an early age, Isaac sang in choirs, he fell in love with music, and quickly learned that he was very talented in that area.
For example, at only 9 years old, he was considered a prodigy in playing the viola, which, by the way, a viola is very similar to the violin. It's just a little bit larger. That's what she said. Anyway, so when Isaac became a teenager, his interests expanded from music to theater.
He began performing in school plays and video projects with friends. And after graduating high school, Isaac briefly attended college.
He went to the University of Arizona on a viola scholarship, and then he would transfer to the University of New Mexico, where he ultimately graduated.
Eventually, in 2005, at the age of 28, Isaac decided to chase his dreams of becoming an actor. So he packed all of his stuff up, drove west to Hollywood, California.
However, this move to Hollywood would set the stage for a series of events that would lead Isaac down a path that was stranger and darker than he could ever imagine.
So upon arriving in California, Isaac threw himself into the entertainment scene. He began going to multiple auditions, random jam sessions, and Hollywood house parties.
His warm personality helped him rub shoulders with TV and movie stars and started to become friends with many of them. For example, he became very good friends with actor and producer Seth Green. And it was through these connections that Isaac was able to land his first acting gig.
He was a hustler in the 2006 comedy movie Beer Fest. Now, this was a minor role, but for Isaac, it was a foot in the door. He had officially broken into acting. Over the next few years, Isaac slowly built a resume of small roles in movies and TV shows.
In 2009, he had a brief appearance in the TV show Breaking Bad. He also had small roles in the 2009 movies Fanboys and Terminator Salvation, and in the 2011 film Thor.
These roles were small, brief appearances. However, it placed Isaac alongside some big name productions and A-list movie and TV stars. And on the movie and TV sets, Isaac was considered professional, but not widely recognized.
Now, even though he was not a household name in Hollywood, Isaac Kappy earned a reputation in certain Hollywood circles as a likable person. He would often attend parties that A-list celebrities would host.
However, even with all his connections, by 2016, his acting gigs had dried up. The small movie and TV parts stopped coming, and Isaac found himself as an out of work actor.
Now, it was around this time that his interests took a sharp turn. Isaac was about to reinvent himself from a struggling actor to a whistleblower, setting the stage for a dramatic and disturbing chain of events.
In the summer of 2018, Isaac Kappy's life took a shocking turn, one that played out in full view on social media. It began on July 22nd, 2018. Isaac went on Twitter, aka X now, and posted some shocking claims. Isaac's first tweet stated, and we quote,
"Last year, I was asked to join the Illuminati by Seth Green. The offer was $250K a year and any car I wanted, as if I would abuse children for such a paltry sum. Crying, laughing emoji, crying, laughing emoji, crying, laughing emoji." And we have a photo of that tweet that we'll post up right here.
Now, like we mentioned earlier, Seth Green is an American actor, voice artist, comedian, producer, writer, and director. He has been in a ton of films and TV shows and has earned a lot of awards in the entertainment industry. He is very well connected and rubs shoulders with pretty much every A-list celebrity.
Also, Seth and Isaac Kappy were very good friends at the time. So for Isaac to post this claim about his friend Seth Green, it was kind of odd. Some people were like, oh, maybe Isaac was just joking around. However, what happened next let people know that Isaac was not joking around.
That same day, Isaac continued to tweet out more bizarre claims. For example, the next tweet from Isaac said,
"Hey, at James Gunn," so he tagged James Gunn, "you know how I know you're a pedophile? Because your friends are pedos too, like Lloyd Kaufman, Seth Green, Claire Grant, and many more. There has been ample time to come clean, and yet I watch you just lie and lie and lie." And that is what the tweet said.
which, by the way, if you don't know who James Gunn is, he's an American filmmaker, producer, screenwriter, musician, and co-CEO of DC Studios. He's known for directing the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise for Marvel and the Suicide Squad for DC.
And the other person that is mentioned, Lloyd Kaufman, he is an American film director, screenwriter, producer, and actor. He is the co-founder of Trauma Entertainment Film Studio and has directed many of their feature films.
And then the last person he mentioned in that tweet was Claire Grant. She is the wife of Seth Green and an actress, model, and producer.
So that is what he claimed in that second tweet. And he did not stop there, because Isaac Kappy posted another tweet that said,
"At some point, someone has to tell the truth. And trust me, I don't want to be the one, but you just keep lying and lying. It's funny watching the media bend over backwards to defend quote unquote jokes about fucking kids. We all know you fired the real Roseanne over one bad joke, yet tried to excuse a 10,000K tweet at James Gunn."
So that's what he said towards James Gunn, that you made a bad tweet about intercourse with kids. But
And then you fired Roseanne after she made one bad joke.
yeah. So after that, Isaac Kappy continued to post more stuff, and he made another tweet. And in this one, he tagged the actor Macaulay Culkin. And in this tweet, Isaac says, "I know you were abused as a child. It's fucking awful. Please help the world and tell them." And that's what he said to Macaulay Culkin, who is a famous child actor.
The one in Home Alone.
Yep.
After that, Isaac made another post and tagged Paris Jackson, who is the daughter of Michael Jackson. In this tweet, he said, "Remember that party last summer? Why did a child show up asking for Seth? Who was that little black boy?" In tweet.
So those were some of the tweets that Isaac Kappy posted on July 22nd, 2018. And I mean, they were some pretty crazy claims, right? Especially since Isaac had rubbed shoulders with all of those individuals. But it only gets stranger.
It was July 22nd, 2018, whenever Isaac posted these claims on Twitter. While on that same day, only a few hours later, he went to San Diego Comic-Con. And at this Comic-Con, Isaac decided to do a live stream on the platform called Periscope.
Now, during this live stream, he backed up his claims that he made on Twitter about Seth Green and many more individuals being pedophiles and how Hollywood is controlled by them.
Now, we do have the video of that live stream, and we were going to watch it. However, there is music in the background, and if we play it on YouTube, then they will do a copy strike on us.
Copyright strike, yeah, they'll strike us down.
So instead, we have a transcript of the first 60 seconds of the video, and we are going to read it off. However, if you want, you can go to our website, theoriesofthirdkind.com, click on today's episode, and there will be a link to the video on there. So if you want to watch it, you can click it there.
But like Dan said, we're just going to go over the first 60 seconds. So in this video, Isaac Kappy goes live on Periscope, the platform, and he states, "Okay, what's up? I'm back and back now on Periscope. If you're just joining me, I said some crazy shit on Twitter, and it's true. Not something I want to say, but I'm fucking tired of people lying. I watch these people just lie and lie and lie and lie, and they will never tell the fucking truth. I'm going after you, Seth Green. Sorry, man. I'm so sorry. I never wanted to do this, but you're a pedophile. The world is changing. We're entering into a new era for mankind. It's going to be hard for people. Oh, it was hard for me. I had my heart broken into a million pieces. Because when you trust someone and and they just lie and they abuse and they fucking rape kids, not cool. Like, it's heartbreaking." So that's what he said in the first 60 seconds of that live stream. And like Dan stated, we have that full video on our website. So if you want to go watch it, you can go to our website, Theories of the Third Kind, click on today's episode, and the link to that video will be right there for you to watch it.
So after that, Isaac continues on with his claims on Twitter, stating that Seth Green and his wife Claire had confided in him about being into children. Isaac also stated that one night Seth allegedly invited him to have a conversation about chicken, which Isaac took as code word for sex with minors. So we had pizza, now it's chicken.
Chicken, that's the first time I've heard chicken being referenced to children. I've heard pizza, but not chicken. And pasta.
But
yeah,
chicken, don't ruin chicken for me.
Yeah. All right. So over the next few days, Isaac Kappy made a few more tweets, again backing up his previous claims and even making newer claims. Now, we have a few of those tweets that we're going to go over. And the first one that we're going to talk about, he posted on July 23rd, 2018, the day after he made his first tweet. So this post says,
People were talking a lot about pedophile jokes. The craziest joke I ever heard was when Seth turned to me and said, "This is where we keep the children," as he was pulling back a secret bookshelf that revealed a hidden room at his Malibu house.
It's very weird.
It
A
is.
secret bookshelf where he hides his kids in a hidden room.
This was on July 23rd.
Yeah. July 23rd.
Oh, that's July 23rd. He posted that, but this happened pretty in the past.
Yep. Now, on that same day, Isaac made another tweet that said, "I am not suicidal. I feel great." And then 2 days later, on July 25th, 2018, Isaac made another tweet that said, "In light of the interesting traffic happening around my house, I want to make something very clear. While I'm a very strong advocate of peaceful disclosure, make no mistake, assets are in place, and if you try to kill me or even try, it will rain 50 cows in the Hollywood Hills." And that's the end of that tweet. So pretty much he's saying that he's seen some weird cars driving around his home, and he's starting to assume that these vehicles are there for him, and that he's starting to get suspicious and paranoid about something happening to him based upon the claims that he's making.
Then the next day, on July 26th, Isaac tweeted, "I love life. I am not suicidal. I do not use opioids. I do not own a red scarf. I won't be getting inebriated. I like to move it, move it."
So those bombshell claims were only the beginning. Over the next few months, Isaac began naming a long list of Hollywood figures whom he accused of horrific crimes.
On live streams and tweets, Isaac called out Oscar-winning director Steven Spielberg, beloved actor Tom Hanks, comedian Patton Oswalt, filmmaker James Gunn, and many others as part of a hidden pedophile ring.
Isaac also claimed that Steven Spielberg, who is one of Hollywood's biggest icons, was a predator, and that it was common knowledge in the industry that he was a pedophile.
Another claim Isaac made is that the higher up you go in the elitist hierarchy, the more sick the people are. According to Isaac, pedophilia is only the beginning. The next step up is murder, which is the level politicians are at. Then after that, the next level is where individuals get into cannibalism, and some of the top families in the world are into cannibalism, like the Rothschilds, for example.
Yeah, those are some weird claims. I can see that though. You ever see some of them Rothschilds, man? They got really long, elongated heads. They look like reptilians.
It was a Rockefeller that got ate by the cannibals, right? Not a
Michael
Rothschild.
Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Also, Isaac claimed that parents of child actors are aware of this, and it is a form of child trafficking that the parents take part in. Most people have a hard time believing this because, according to Isaac, people are generally good and want to believe everyone else is doing good as well. But that is not the case. It's a sick, dark world.
Now, as days and weeks passed, Isaac got more attention. He was this relatively unknown actor, openly accusing powerful Hollywood figures of the most heinous crimes. Well, Alex Jones ended up hearing about this and decided to invite Isaac Kappy on to InfoWars, his podcast show.
Yep. And if you don't know who Alex Jones is, he runs a radio and live stream show called InfoWars, where he discusses conspiracies and other things. And he claims to uncover the truth about cover-ups and other stuff.
And he's Aaron's uncle.
No, he's not my uncle.
We used to
No.
call him Uncle Alex.
Yeah, Uncle Alex. Oh, man. But yeah, he used to be incredibly popular in 2017. And then he's kind of like fallen off a little bit because of the Sandy Hook stuff. So yeah.
In August of 2018, Isaac went on the Alex Jones show, InfoWars, and during that show, Isaac calmly rattled off his claims of having seen Hollywood's dark side. He stated that he has seen the blackmail material on a lot of really big people who are known worldwide, and that A-list actors and directors were caught on film doing unspeakable things.
And it would be at this point that Alex Jones told Isaac, and we quote, "Do not name specific people without proof. Doing so would be inviting lawsuits or something worse," end quote. And that's what Alex told Isaac.
Now, after that, Alex questioned the credibility of some of Isaac's claims. This pissed off Isaac, and he would leave the show and state that Alex Jones was gaslighting him and stopping him from spreading the truth.
And believe it or not, this would only make Isaac more popular and be seen as more credible in the community that kind of listened to the InfoWars. However, in mainstream Hollywood and in law enforcement, Isaac's claims were seen as alarming and dangerous.
Because that same month, in August of 2018, the Los Angeles Police Department opened an investigation into Isaac Kappy's behavior. Word of this got out, and individuals began to ask the police why they were investigating Isaac, that he was just uncovering the truth about Hollywood, and the police should be investigating that instead.
Yeah, that's what the people were telling the police officers. That, why are you investigating Isaac? He's just uncovering the truth in Hollywood. So the police responded and confirmed that they were investigating Isaac Kappy for, and we quote, alleged harassment and stalking of Seth Green and his wife, Claire Grant. Also, at that same time, Paris Jackson, who is the daughter of Michael Jackson, she had obtained a restraining order on Isaac. And at that same time, Seth Green distanced himself as far as possible from his former friend.
Following that, Isaac wrote a handwritten letter to Seth, not to apologize, but to inform him. And in the letter, Isaac stated,
please know I wouldn't do anything to harm you, but I have implemented a series of triggering events should I meet an untimely demise. I didn't want to have to set it up, but everyone I've ever loved has done horrible things to me, and I want to remain alive. End quote.
So basically, in this letter, Isaac hinted that if he were killed, damning evidence would be released as retribution, pretty much a dead man's switch.
Now, another thing worth mentioning is that Seth Green never responded publicly to the letter or any of Isaac's claims. However, a representative of his stated that the claims made against him and his family were vile and untrue.
So over the next few months, Isaac doubled down with his accusations, and his ties to Hollywood were forever severed. He live streamed constantly, branding himself as a crusader, and the more pushback he received from the mainstream media, the louder he became.
Isaac claimed that dark forces were at work and he would not be silenced. However, as 2019 arrived, many feared that his story would not end well, which it did not.
Fast forward to May 10th of 2019. On this day, Isaac would post a video that was almost an hour and a half long.
In this video, he clearly states that this would be the last video that he was going to make, and it was going to be very painful for everyone. He also says that he spent the last 3 years finding the darkness in the world and uncovering it.
Now, we do have this entire video, and we are going to watch just a little bit of it. However, just like the previous video, if YouTube becomes a hoe and copyright strike for using it, then we will remove this part of the episode, and you can go to our website and find the link to the video there. So we're actually going to watch the video right now.
This will likely be my last broadcast. And it's going to be painful for all of you. It's going to be very painful. And I'm sorry. I've spent the last 3 years enmeshed in finding the darkness in the world and uncovering the darkness in the world, but not enough time uncovering the darkness within me. And Doug said too, I made a really stupid, cynical, petty, stupid decision this week. And I did it in the blink of an eye. And with as much time as I've spent trying to mitigate risk, and there were a lot of people that I kept out of my life, that I wanted in my life, but I didn't want to bring harm to them because of all the Illuminati shit. And this struggle against darkness, consumed me. It consumed me. Yeah, I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. I let the darkness consume me. And I didn't spend enough time nurturing the light and love within me.
That right there was the first few minutes of the video. But like we said, we will post a link to the video so you can watch the entire thing yourself.
So that video itself is almost an hour and a half long. And in the video, Isaac goes on to say that he did a disservice to God, America, and to a lot of his people. But it didn't involve hurting children or harming children, and that he didn't murder anyone. Also, he wasn't being threatened. But he was persuaded into doing it, though, and it was him selling out. And he felt like he was a traitor.
Now, in the video, there are a lot of other things that he gets into. However, something that we did want to mention is that while listening to this video, you can hear a dog in the background whining. Also, Isaac keeps looking off camera as if someone is like in the room with him. And this video is nothing like any other videos that he posted before.
No, he's very like shaken and just kind of like off. Also, something else worth mentioning is that during the video itself, he has like a chat up, and in the chat, someone states, "Blink twice if you're doing this under duress." And you can clearly see Isaac look at the chat, read the comment of someone saying, "Blink twice if you're under duress." He doesn't read it out loud, but you can see him look, kind of mouth it a little bit, and then he immediately looks at the camera and blinks twice. So that's in the video itself as well. It's very odd.
When I start to hear that, I start to think, if there's somebody in the room with them, don't they see that chat too?
Well, not if the chat is facing him and they're standing on the other side and watching him, making sure that he follows and says what they want him to say.
Well, they can pull up the chat themselves too.
Yeah, true.
Because, like, say you stream on Twitch or something on OBS, you have the chat, you have the other chat here, all that. So it's like, I figured someone would be watching to make sure like it's going smoothly and all that. And if someone sees like blink twice and they see him blink twice, that would like cut it off before you do it. That's what I would think at least.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like we said, it's a weird video. We have a link to it on our website if you want to watch the entire thing.
All right. So now we are going to fast forward 3 days later to May 13th, 2019. So on that morning of May 13th, drivers on Interstate 40 in northern Arizona were met with a horrifying sight.
A man had jumped from an overpass bridge and been struck by a truck on the highway below. State troopers responded to the emergency and found the man's body at the scene. The authorities cleaned up the area, packed the body up into an ambulance, and then made an announcement.
Officials stated that around 7:30 a.m., 2 motorists spotted a man standing on the Transwestern Road Bridge. The 2 motorists stopped, got out of their vehicles, and sensed that something was off with the man who was standing on the edge of the bridge.
They actually tried to physically restrain the man from jumping, grabbing hold of him, pleading with him not to jump. However, the man broke free from their grasp and in an instant plummeted from the overpass down onto the highway below and into the path of a moving pickup truck that struck him.
The man died on impact, and he has been identified as 42-year-old Isaac Kappy.
The Department of Public Safety spokesman ended the announcement by saying that the case was being treated as a suicide with no signs of foul play. Soon after that announcement, authorities closed the case, finding no indication of any criminal involvement in Isaac Kappy's death.
Now, the news of Isaac's sudden and violent death made headlines worldwide. The media painted him as a washed-up Hollywood D-list actor who went crazy. And the media also pointed to his claims that he made a year prior as one of the signs of him going crazy, and that what he was claiming was all made up and fake. That's how the media portrayed him.
However, what unfolded next with his dead man switch would only add to the legitimacy of his claims and make people question what really happened to him.
And that right there is the life and death of Isaac Kappy. However, just like every week, we are now going to get into the strange facts and findings that we uncovered while researching today's episode. which we get into a lot of weird things. So Dan, can you start that off for us and tell us about our first strange fact and finding?
Of course. So our first strange fact and finding is about Isaac's dead man switch. So Isaac made an assload of videos, and in one of those videos, he claimed that he had a dead man switch and that he was going to use it if whoever they are decided to come after him. Well, after Isaac died, a video was uploaded to his social media accounts.
And if you don't know what a dead man switch is, it's pretty much a insurance kind of. So if you have some damning evidence against somebody, you will create a dead man switch. Like you have to log into something or you have to check into something. And if you don't, after like 24 hours, then that insurance, whether it be a file, a video, or whatever, gets sent out to the public. So the people use it as like a way to keep themselves alive by saying, hey, if I die, then this dead man switch is going to go off and all this information I have is going to spill out. And that is what supposedly happened with Isaac Kappy. Like Dan said, after he died, a video was uploaded to his social media accounts. And this video was apparently his dead man switch. It is a 14-second video, and the video is taken from a cell phone, and it is inside of what looks like a Turkish-style bathhouse.
Now, inside this bathhouse, there is a raised platform in the middle of this building that the individual is inside. And there are multiple young girls around the ages of 7 to 10 years old, all of them wearing bathing suits, and they are walking around in this bathhouse pouring water onto a raised platform that is in the middle. It is very odd and very creepy.
Now, we do have that video, and we are going to roll the dice and actually watch it. However, if YouTube slaps us with anything, then we will pull this part of the video and post a link of it on our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and you can watch the video there. So we're going to watch this video right now. So there you can see the raised platform. You can see 4 younger girls in bathing suits walking around, and then they go to this thing and get more water, and they pour it on the platform. And that is the video. So yeah, very weird and creepy. 100% those girls are underage, no doubt about it. And they are wearing bathing suits, and it looks like some sort of temple.
They are wearing matching bathing suits.
Yeah, they're like traveling in pairs.
Yeah, interesting. But creepy. So like we said, when Isaac Kappy died, this video was posted to his social media accounts and then taken down. However, some individuals were able to save it before it was taken down.
And that's how we were able to get a hold of it. Now, I did some digging into this video, and I went down a deep, deep rabbit hole. And do you want to hear what I found, Dan?
I do.
All right. Well, hang on, because this gets very odd. So I ended up looking around to try to find this Turkish bathhouse. That's what our guess was, is that it was Turkish, and we were correct. We found the Turkish bathhouse, and it shows the bathhouse itself, and it is part of a hotel chain, which is called Land of Legends Kingdom. So here's a photograph of that TripAdvisor where you can clearly see that 1000% is the area where the Dead Man Switch video was taken. So that is part of the Land of Legends Kingdom, like I said. And the Land of Legends Kingdom is an amusement park and water park in Turkey. It contains a shopping mall and a hotel within the park, and it is the largest theme park in Turkey. Now, this theme park was founded by Rixos World Parks and Entertainment in 2016. And in 2017, it was awarded Europe's best theme park in the World Travel Awards. On March 1st, 2025, so earlier this year, the park opened an expansion that includes a Nickelodeon-themed hotel and a Nickelodeon land area themed to SpongeBob SquarePants, Paw Patrol, and Star Trek Prodigy. There is also a spa and other entertainment within the park, and that is according to the website itself. It states that. And here's the website itself, Land of Legends, and you can see the hotels, the Nickelodeon Hotel, and all those other ones. Very weird. So Rixos World Parks is the company that owns this Land of Legends kingdom, where the spa is located at. That was where the video of the girls were taken. That was Isaac Kappy's Dead Man Switch. Now, the founder and chairman of Rixos is an individual named Feta Taminjay. And here he is right here, photograph of him. And he clearly states that he, is the founder and chairman of those hotels. And you're probably wondering, why do I mention this? Well, I came across an article from 2017 about another individual named Tawfiq Arif. And in this article, it talks about how in June of 2005, Tawfiq Arif celebrated his birthday at the grand opening of Turkey's most luxurious hotel, the 7-star Rixos Premium Hotel. The article states that guests came from all over the world, from America, Latvia, St. Petersburg, Israel, Ukraine, and other places. Attendees included Russian businessmen and billionaires who sailed in by yacht or flew in by private jets. It also talks about Donald Trump partnering up with Tawfiq Arif's new company and how the Prime Minister of Turkey and other future presidents visited him. Now, the important part of this article that I want to talk about is a few paragraphs down. It says, Turkey has been good to Tawfiq Arif. It became Arif's home after he left Pakistan in 1994. Arif obtained a Turkish passport that same year and went into business with Feta Taminjay, the founder of Rixos hotel chain. The two men partnered in 1999 to build a hotel in Turkey. Then Arif expanded his business in New York. I have that article right there, so everybody can confirm that is exactly what it states. And if you remember, Feta, who is the individual we talked about earlier, the one who founded and owns Rixos hotel chain that has the Turkish bathhouse featured in Isaac Kappy's Dead Man Switch. And I dug around into Tawfiq Arif, the guy who partnered with the founder of the Rixos hotel chain, and I found a very interesting article about him. So this article was posted in 2012, and it states, businessman Tawfiq Arif denies sex party allegations. A businessman has denied charges that he financed a sex party on one of the world's largest yachts. Tawfiq Arif went on trial with 9 others in the Turkish Mediterranean city of Antalya. Charges against the suspects include people smuggling and encouraging prostitution. Turkey deported 9 Russian and Ukrainian women, including 2 under the legal age of consent, after authorities said they broke a prostitution ring aboard the Sararona in September, which that's the largest yacht in the world. Now, authorities said the yacht, once used by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the founder of modern-day Turkey, will be turned into a museum. The agency reported that the indictment alleges that Arif bankrolled this sex party aboard this large yacht. He is someone who paid for all the fees for the women. The agencies and the men in the middle are the transfer of foreigners involved. The indictment said the businessman who said he had partnerships in the United States, Britain, and Turkey has denied all the charges. He said that I'm not accepting any of these charges. All of these are imagery. And then after that, what do you know? In April of 2011, he was acquitted of all the charges and they were dropped. It's kind of odd how a giant prostitution ring was discovered, and he was the one who bankrolled it all, and it was underage women, basically kids there.
From Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, all the charges against him dropped. And he was the one that went into partnership and helped build that hotel where the Dead Man Switch was taken. But yeah, that is our first strange fact and finding, the Dead Man Switch. Very odd.
That is definitely new information that we didn't know about. Man.
All right, so let's get into our next strange fact and finding, which is even more odd.
Our next strange fact and finding is about an individual named Tracy and her investigation into Isaac Kappy. then a Turkish campground near where Isaac died, and then how Tracy ended up being stalked.
So Tracy Twyman is an American nonfiction author that was born on August 28, 1978 in Kansas City, Missouri. And besides being an author, Tracy also was an independent investigator that mainly concentrated on things involving occults and esoteric history.
In 2018, Tracy heard about Isaac Kappy's claims about pedophilia in Hollywood. She decided to contact him to gather additional information, and then afterwards began her own independent research into the claims.
Even after Kappy died in May of 2019, Tracy continued to research into his claims. And as she continued her research, she started to become more and more concerned with what she was finding, and she decided to contact the FBI and give them all of her information that she had found. However, they showed no interest in what she had and basically brushed her off.
Shortly after that, Tracy began experiencing weird things happening to her computers. Like she would be using her laptop to chat with people about her investigation into Kappy's claims, and then all of a sudden her laptop would be taken over and crash.
Also, Tracy started to get death threats from individuals claiming that they knew where she lived. The threats also stated that they knew where her son lived as well and what school he went to.
Now, Tracy decided to reach out to a friend of hers and explain what was going on. This friend, who is usually level-headed, responded with something very odd. The friend tried to convince Tracy that a demon was summoned by CERN in Switzerland, and it got into AI computers and was part of this virus network, which invaded her computers. Of course, Tracy thought that was absolutely bonkers and didn't believe her friend.
However, Tracy did say that she truly believed that after she started investigating Isaac Kappy's claims, that she began being surveillanced 24/7 by some weird group of individuals. Due to this, on May 24th, 2019, Tracy decided to make a video, which she ended up giving that video to just two of her friends for safekeeping in case something happened to her, kind of like a dead man switch video.
Well, this video she made, it was posted online, and in the video she talks about her investigation into Isaac Kappy's claims and the threats that have been made against her. Also, Tracy talks about how she suspects her computers were being hacked and connections between her own case and that of Isaac's.
Now, the biggest and weirdest thing that she mentions in the video is about a campground. Tracy states that she found a campground in Arizona and she was able to connect it to the death of Isaac Kappy.
Now, we were able to get our hands on some screenshots of the messages that she sent to one of her friends about this campground. And of course, we will include those screenshots for everyone to take a look at. So we're going to go look at those right now. So Aaron, do you want to start off by reading some of these messages that Tracy sent?
Yes. So in these messages, she was talking to her friend Steve, and these messages are actually from Steve. So it's him receiving these messages from Tracy, and he ended up posting these after what happened to her. So this first message was to Steve, and it was from Tracy on May 24th, 2019. She said, "Hey, Steve, I just tried to send you a message through Twitter, but I don't see it listed under sent messages. Did you get it? Thanks." It was a link to this video, which I made to show just you and one other person. And then she states that the video is about a person who owns a private campground in Williams, Arizona, right where Kappy was just before he died. This person sent me many messages threatening me and my son after I exposed a bunch of child traffickers on YouTube. He also took credit for having hacked my computer and online accounts and accurately described in these public confessions how he did it. I am still afraid of him and his friends, which is why I don't want to talk in public. Everything that I experienced during these attacks last year matches up with what happened to Kappy before his death. And I had already told Kappy about these people in Williams. I think he might have gone out there to investigate it, or they brought him to that area because they knew they could get away with murdering him out there. And she sent that message on May 25th, and then she sent another one just a few minutes later, which said,
"Last Tuesday, the campground was listed as permanently closed all of a sudden, which seems an extraordinary coincidence to me. I've gathered evidence that something very bad was going on out there. From the Twitter feed I looked at, it appeared that a large percentage of the people who went out there to camp were Turks. Why would dozens of businessmen from Turkey be going out to the middle of the desert in Arizona to camp at a campground that, according to the reviews, was rather shitty? And according to one reviewer, they were chased away by the owner wielding a gun and threatening to murder them.
Tracy then sent an additional message saying, "There is a mind control aspect to this. The campground owner boasted of his abilities in this department. It would explain a lot about Kappy's actions in the end. Anyway, I'll leave you to absorb this." And then she sends him a message that is of the Greenleaf Canyon campground. And it said, "The campground is shown on the map above. Their office was listed as being in Williams. I've got an unlisted video that I managed to find where the host is explaining how to find the unmarked dirt road that leads out to where the campground is. Someone should go out there with the cadaver dogs." And then Steve responded and said,
Wow, there's a lot of freaky stuff in the area like the ORO Ranch. Want me to publish this as an anonymous tip? Seems very pertinent.
and then Tracy responded with, "It is pertinent, but I am afraid to have it published. The second wave of threats to my family, the ones posted on Facebook, came after I mentioned the first wave on an audio recording posted on my own website, which I'm sure has considerably less traffic than yours. I have no protection here. They know where I live, as they've proven in their messages to me. Someone was even sent to my house a few months ago to deliver a message to me personally. If information about them all of a sudden went public again, they are likely to know that I am behind it. I honestly don't know what to do with the information. So I just decided to show it to a couple of people who are also gathering evidence on this subject. But thank you very much for reviewing it. I'm going to look into this ranch you mentioned." So that's what she claims. And then after that, she talks about a tweet that she deleted. And then Steve responds with, "Okay, great research. It's a shame that you're backing away. Thanks for the heads up." And then she sends another message on June 4th that basically is like, "I've come up with a lot of analysis on the subject, but in the practical sense, it doesn't seem helpful to anyone to talk about it, especially me. It brings more problem." And the Steve responded that he was like, sympathetic to the risks and she should make an anonymous account. And that right there was the messages that Tracy sent to her friend Steve. And it is weird because why would there be Turkish businessmen from Turkey going all the way to Arizona just for a crappy campground? And then it was permanently closed, which supposedly Kappy was there prior to his death. And then Kappy posted that dead man switch of the Turkish bathhouse. It's all very weird. What a weird coincidence.
Now, to make things even more odd, a little over a month after Tracy sent that message to her friend about the campsite, tragedy struck. On July 9, 2019, Tracy died. She was found hanged in her garage, and the local police ruled it a suicide. Of course they would.
Yep, that is incredibly odd. All right, so let's move on to our next strange fact and finding, which is about Tom Hanks. Yes, the actor Tom Hanks, who starred in many critically acclaimed films, including Forrest Gump, Apollo 13, Saving Private Ryan, The Green Mile, and many more. Also, he voices Woody in the movie franchise Toy Story. So he's very well known.
Yeah, so needless to say, he is considered an A-list celebrity who seems to be liked by pretty much everyone. However, in early April, Isaac Kappy had posted a video where he claimed that Tom Hanks was a pedophile who was evil and one of the worst people in Hollywood. Now, a lot of people kind of thought that this claim was odd because, everyone loves Tom Hanks.
Also, it's important to note here that Tom Hanks is known to take pictures of random things on the ground and post those pictures on Twitter. Well, only a few days after Isaac made those claims about Tom Hanks, Tom ended up going on Twitter and he made a post, which we have a photograph of that post right here. Everyone to take a look at.
So it's a photo of the ground, and the dirt is everywhere. In the dirt is a glove that is slightly covered up. Also, you can see the shadow of Tom as he is taking the photo. And like I said in the Twitter post, Tom writes, "Historic Route 66, roadkill? I hope not. Signed, Hanks, Hanx."
And it is a weird photograph. It's just of a glove with dirt on it. And he says, "Historic Route 66, roadkill? I hope not." It's very odd. And why do we mention this tweet from Tom Hanks? What does it have to do with Isaac Kappy? Well, what we do know is that Isaac Kappy died on May 13th, 2019, by supposedly jumping off the Trans-Western Road Bridge onto Interstate 40. Now, that Interstate 40 is also known as the historic Route 66. There's a photograph of the Google Maps for you. Shows Interstate 40, the bridge right there where Kappy jumped off of, and the historic Route 66.
So a lot of people speculate that after Kappy made those claims about Tom Hanks, a few days later, Tom made that Twitter post as a warning to Kappy. However, Kappy didn't stop with his claims, and then a little over a month later, he ended up dying on historic Route 66.
I mean, coincidence? I mean, I guess we'll kind of save it for our theory section, but it is very odd.
Honestly, it does start to look kind of like a warning, because I could see it if you take a picture or something like that, you post it, all that. But if you look at the time that it's posted, 10:59 p.m.
Mm-hmm. And he took that photo during the day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, Tom Hanks thought about it, looked at the photo. What can I say about this? And then took a picture or posted it with that saying on a historic Route 66 roadkill. I hope not.
Yeah, and he posted it right after Isaac Kappy made the claims about him. So it's almost kind of like a warning.
Yeah.
Weird. And then Isaac ends up dying right there as roadkill. Ends up getting hit and ran over.
Yeah, technically, yeah. Pretty much.
All right. So let's move on to our next strange fact and finding, which is about a woman named Sarah. So as we were digging into Tom Hanks, we came across a woman named Sarah Ruth Ashcraft.
Now, Sarah has a Twitter and a Facebook account and describes herself on both as survivor or ritual abuse, mind control, child and sex trafficking, philosopher by education, truth warrior.
And I think she meant survivor of ritual abuse, not survivor or ritual abuse. It had to have been survivor of ritual abuse, mind control, and child and sex trafficking.
Yeah, it's probably of.
Yeah. So we began looking into Sarah's social media posts. And as we looked deeper, we found something very odd. On November 15th, 2017, she made a post on Twitter that said, and we quote, "I was only 8 years old when I encountered Hillary Clinton as part of an occult ritual abuse event. I'm now 36. It never goes away. As a fellow survivor, I see you, I believe you, I stand with you to say, hashtag it ends now." That's a very odd post to make.
A very big accusation.
Yes, and it only gets even bigger.
So what does that have to do with Tom Hanks? Well, Sarah made a post about him as well, and she said in this post, "This is me at 13, the age I was when Tom Hanks purchased me from my father for sex as a dissociated hashtag mind control doll. I wonder how much he paid. I wonder how much money my father made for breaking my mind and selling my child body throughout my life. Will I ever get to know?" And then it has a picture of her when she was 13.
That's a very big claim, and Tom Hanks has never publicly responded to that claim and has never been charged with anything. Also, I want to make it clear that we are not making any claims about Tom Hanks. We're just reporting on what an individual has stated. Okay? Just want to make that clear.
Yeah, we're just reading what she wrote.
Yeah. All right, Dan, tell us about this next strange fact and finding.
All right, so this next strange fact I'm finding is about an Instagram post. So you all remember how Isaac Kappy posted his last video, May 10th, 2019, 3 days before he died?
Yep.
Well, on May 12th, 2019, the day before he died, a new Instagram account named Isaac Kappy popped up and made one single post on that account.
Now, I want everyone to keep in mind that this Instagram account was not verified at the time. So we do not know for certain if this account was actually Isaac Kappy. However, multiple media outlets reported that this account was actually his and that he was the one that made this post the day before he died. However, that's just their claims. The account was never verified. So, yeah.
Now, we do have a screenshot of the post itself, and we will post it up for everyone to see. Also, the post is pretty long, So we will read over a little bit of it and then summarize the rest. But if you want to read the entire post yourself, then like we said earlier, you can go to our website and read it there.
Okay, so the post starts off with hello. Over the course of the last week, through introspection that should have happened many years ago, I've come to some stark revelations about my character. It is a testament to my utter arrogance that these revelations have not come sooner. He just goes on in this post about, you know, regretting what he had done and being arrogant. And then he ends the post by saying, this lesson has come too late for me, but perhaps it can inspire you. I will be using the remainder of my time on earth to atone for my transgressions and to seek the light within in others and myself. And then ends it by saying, July 4th, 2019, Return of the King, return to the light.
So it kind of goes off of that video, or that weird video, because
Kinda.
that he's like been bad myself, or something like that.
Yeah, it's very similar language, but it's weird that he posted July 4th, 2019 as the date when this was posted May 12th, 2019. Maybe he's saying that's the date of Return of the King, Return to the Light. It's weird.
It's very weird. So yeah, that was the post on Instagram. And a lot of media outlets pointed to that and used it as an example of him being unstable, and that is why he probably killed himself. But like we said earlier, this Instagram account was never verified. And it only had one post, and it was this post.
Also, one thing that Isaac said in his Twitter posts was that he never abused anyone. And in this Instagram post, it pretty much contradicts that by him saying, I'm sorry for who I abused. So yeah, needless to say, a lot of people were hesitant to believe that this Instagram post was actually made by Isaac Kappy. Some state that it was actually the media outlets or some other people or group or organization that made it. And then the media outlets used it as a way to point and say, hey, that's him being unstable, you know?
All right. So our last strange fact and finding is about some photographs. So as we were digging around for more information regarding Kappy's death, we stumbled upon some photos. Now, there are a lot of inconsistencies within these photos.
And these photos were posted on archive.org, and they were obtained by a Freedom of Information Act that was requested by an individual named Corey Daniel, alias the Phoenix Enigma. What a cool name. But a lot of these photographs are from the scene of Isaac Kappy's death. It's of the truck that ran him over, his body, a lot of other things that are pretty gruesome. But Corey, the individual who got these photos, he claims that the metadata for these photos of his belongings in the back seat of his car is in Isaac Kappy's belongings. It was dated on May 12th, 2019. And the photo of the trunk was May 12th, 2019 as well. Both of them around 5:30 p.m. But Isaac Kappy died on May 13th, 2019. So the metadata of the photos do not match with what the claims are being made. It's very, very weird.
And you know what else I just noticed?
Hmm.
Like, what is your one response? Like, if you hit something,
Slam on the brakes.
slam on the brakes.
Mm-hmm.
There are no tire marks or anything after the hit. The road is super just clean.
The truck just kept going.
The truck just kept going.
It also has that big ass roll bar undercarriage thing.
And the fact, no tire marks at all.
There's 54 photos. And we're going to post a link to these photos so everyone can go take a look at them. Very weird. Also, we were able to obtain additional photos of Isaac's body before they removed him from the highway. We are not going to show these photos right now on YouTube because, the video will end up getting taken down. But we will post a link to the photos on our website for anyone who wants to see them. So you can go there, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on today's episode, and all of the links to the videos and everything we talked about today will be right there for you to look at. But just a FYI, pretty gruesome. No real reason to look at them, but if you want to, go ahead. I'm not going to tell you what to do.
I kind of laugh at not the photos, but the count that's made to upload it to archive.org, even though it was by Corey Daniels that got the Freedom of Information Act.
Mm-hmm.
Did you read the name of the account? it kept bothering me because every time I switched tabs, I would see Internet Archive gay.
Gay? Just Gay?
Yeah. Then I switched over and looked at the account name. They were all uploaded by Gay Dolphin.
Hey, gay's in, gay's hot, gay's the new
Gay Dolphin, man.
thing. Yeah.
I just kept seeing like Internet Archive gay. I'm like that doesn't seem right.
Mm.
Gay Dolphin is who uploaded on Internet Archive.
Well, thank you for those photographs, Gay Dolphin. All right, so that is the end of our strange facts and findings. Now we are going to get into the theories surrounding Isaac Kappy and his death.
So our first theory is called suicide after mental breakdown. Now, this theory is the official explanation that was given by the media. It states that Isaac Kappy had a mental health crisis. It was worsened by substance use, paranoia, and that caused him to take his own life. Supporters of this theory point to the final Instagram post that he made the day prior, saying that in that post, Isaac admitted to past mistakes, said he had hurt people he loved, and declared, "I'm not a good guy." He also said that he was storming to the other side and said he didn't have any more good left to do in this world. Kappy was overwhelmed by the weight of his own accusations, the backlash online, and isolation. His erratic live streams, paranoid statements, and escalating rhetoric suggest he may have suffered a breakdown that culminated in suicide.
That's the official account and the first theory we have, suicide after mental breakdown.
But that's using the unverified Instagram account that has that one post.
Yep. All right, so let's talk about our next theory, which is called murdered by the elites. So this theory states that Kappy did not commit suicide, but instead the Hollywood elites were upset with Isaac naming them in his videos. They tried to silence him. However, they decided enough was enough, and they killed him by throwing him off a bridge, staging his death as a suicide. Supporters of this theory point to the inconsistencies in the photos from police, the suddenness of his death, and the fact that he had previously said that he was not suicidal.
So that means they should have questioned the two people that tried to stop him.
Yeah, supposedly they were college-aged kids, but they never released their names.
I mean, he was going after some of the Hollywood elites, naming them and making accusations. But this next theory is called witness protection or faked death. This theory states that Isaac Kappy didn't really die, but instead was placed into witness protection after he exposed dangerous individuals. Supporters of this theory state that Kappy went to the FBI and said, "Look, I got all this valuable information. I know I could prove all of this stuff to y'all." And then the FBI then tells him,
"Well, you are an accomplice in it. You were sitting right there while these Hollywood elites were doing these things, and you didn't say anything, right? So you're just as much as a part of it as they are. However, we are willing to make a deal. If you really are in fear of your life, we will put you in a witness protection program and we will fake your death. But you have to give us all the information that you have about these pedophile rings and whatever else these Hollywood elites are into."
and according to this theory, that is what Kappy did. He gave the FBI all the information, they faked his death, and he went into witness protection.
I find that one a little hard to believe.
I find it a little hard to believe, but if I remember correctly, we did look into the photos of his body afterwards, and he did get hit by a vehicle. But I think I remember saying that the body kind of didn't look like him.
It didn't look like him. It doesn't look like him.
Yeah, so I mean, it gives it a little bit of
Credibility.
credibility
Yeah.
that he might have faked his death. Was it with the FBI? Don't know, but I mean, you'd have to look at the photos, which they are very gruesome, but it does look very weird. So I don't know. That one has a little credibility, but
Yeah.
it's kind of out there still.
I mean, he could have given all the information to the FBI. The timeline adds up. All right. Let's just hypothesize right quick. He supposedly passed away May 13th. What if he went into witness protection and started giving the FBI all the information? They took that information and started investigating. They find out, oh my God, the main person behind all this is actually Jeffrey Epstein. It gives them time to investigate Jeffrey Epstein. And when does he get arrested? July 6th, 2019. 2 days after Isaac Kappy stated in that Instagram post, if it was from him, he's put July 4th, 2019. 2 days later is when Epstein gets arrested.
Return of the King, return to the light.
Yeah. Now, there is another theory that Kappy was murdered, not by the elites, but by these, well, I guess they would be considered elites, the Turkish people, stated that he started investigating the claims of pedophile ring in Arizona, that all these businessmen go to this campground, and these businessmen are Turkish, and they talk about their pedophile ring, and he went to investigate it, and he was murdered because of it. And that is what Tracy looked into, and they ended up murdering her as well.
I mean, someone did report that the owner of the Turkish campground chased them off with a gun.
Yes.
So it shows that they might be a little hostile.
Mhm.
And if someone comes around investigating, snooping around and stuff, maybe they did find it a little
Odd.
So, I mean, yeah. That just only makes me think, like, if, say, like, go back to the last theory with the FBI witness protection, why didn't they help Tracy, considering she had all this information too, and Isaac was talking to her? It's like they just left her to
Die. Maybe she went into witness protection as well. I don't know.
True.
But I'm going to ask you, Dan, out of all of these theories, which one are you sticking with?
It's gonna sound like controversial, but then again, not. Just going by the information that we have, it sounded like Isaac Kappy's acting career was starting to slow down. He wasn't getting any gigs, anything like that.
That's a fact. Yes.
And then all of a sudden after that is when he started making these accusations. And he was telling Seth Green, I'm not trying to hurt you and all that stuff, or like trying to make trouble, but the lies have to stop and everything. What if, since Isaac Kappy wasn't getting any more gigs, he was just like, hey, if you don't give me any more gigs, I'm gonna start making accusations and shit to throw you out there, to throw you underneath the bus. And that's what he started doing. Just for instance, like, there was no pedophile ring going on or anything like that. But the accusations are now out there. Those accusations can tank someone's career.
Mhm.
This was Isaac's way of trying to get more gigs, to get back into acting, since he wasn't getting anything.
So a way of blackmailing.
But then again, I don't think he committed suicide. And I don't think that I kind of think maybe the elites did go after him, because they're celebrities, they got a lot of money. They're getting tired of these accusations, and it's just adding more and more people are now being accused. And it's these people that he used to rub shoulders with, and they're just like, we just don't have anything that you would fit for these roles, and they just got tired of them.
Mhm.
Then they probably paid someone to get rid of them.
Okay.
So that's what I could see going on, honestly. So Isaac tried to blackmail people for jobs to get gigs, considering he's just like, oh, I know what goes on behind Hollywood because I was a part of it before. And they pretty much got tired of it and they got rid of him.
Okay.
But then again, the body doesn't look like his.
It doesn't. Yeah.
So I don't know. I still think that they probably went after him, or he did go into hiding and they used someone that looked like him. They're just like, this is going to be you, really.
Okay. I can kind of see that. I'm going to have to go a little bit different in what I believe.
How dare you?
So I believe that there is pedophilia going around in the groups in Hollywood. I believe that it's also all around the world. I mean, you just look at the Finders, the 1987, I think it was 87 event that occurred. We did an episode over it, of the giant child trafficking ring that the FBI
Oh,
investigated.
yeah, I believe that there's a child ring.
Yeah.
Like, that's definitely part of it. Not saying that there's not.
I think Isaac ended up investigating that, looking into it, and got deep into it, found out some things he shouldn't have found out, started to get harassed and stalked like Tracy did, and then was convinced to take his own life. Like, individuals convinced him he was a bad person. He had done bad things, saying, oh, you're investigating us, but you're no better than us.
Narcissistic gaslighting.
Exactly. And that is what caused him to go down his mental spiral and to take his own life. And that's what happened.
Yeah, like I do believe that there's a pedophile. There goes me adding words together again. Child pedophile ring going on. And I think that's part of the blackmailing. It's like he did have proof of it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think he knew of a way to actually put it together to show it to the public without giving away too much information. Because if you just go all in and they find a way to debunk that, then you're left with nothing. And I think he just had a hard time trying to find that way of releasing the information. So I honestly think he did have more information. It just didn't get released. Like the dead man switch, there's probably more to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I definitely do think there's a child pedophile ring with it. And I could definitely see if there's enough people telling you that you're a bad person, it starts to tear down your mental walls and you start believing like there's this many people saying that I'm a bad person. Am I actually a bad person?
That's why I don't read the comments. You're a dumbass, Aaron. Thanks, guys. I love the support.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad comments, but a lot of good ones too.
Well, if you or a loved one have been sex trafficked in Hollywood, or you are aware of other individuals involved in these heinous crimes, comment down below or send us an email. We would love to hear from you.
That's right.
Also, if you would like, you can call our voicemail phone number, 707-390-0655. You can leave us a voicemail about your experience, and we will feature it on our episode where we cover the voicemails that we've received.
Do it.
So that being said, I want to thank you for joining us. Thank you for your support and love. Without you, we could not do this.
That's right.
So that being said, Dan, can you roll us out?
Sure will. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Now we was once two brothers of the same kind, quick to holler at a hoochie with the same line. You was just a little smaller, but you still roll. Got stretched away and hit the hood swole. I remember when you had a Jerry curl, didn't quite learn. On the block with your Glock, tripping off Sherm, collect calls to the crib, saying how you changed. Oh, so you a Muslim now. No more dope game. Heard you might be coming home, just got bail. Wanna go to the Mars, don't wanna chase tail. It seems I lost my little homie, he's a changed man. Hit the pen and now no sinning is the game plan. When I talk about money, all you see is the struggle. When I tell you how I'm living large, you tell me it's trouble. Congratulations on the wedding, I hope your wife knows she got a player for life. And and that's no bullshitting. I know we grew apart, you probably don't remember. I used to feed for your sister, but never went up in her. And I can see us after school, we bound on the first motherfucker with the wrong shit on. Now the whole shit's changed and we don't even kick it. Got a big money scheme and you ain't even with it. Knew in my heart you was the same motherfucker that go toe to toe when it's time to roll. You got a brother's back, yeah. And I can't even trip, 'cause I'm just laughing at you. You're trying hard to maintain and go ahead. 'Cause I ain't mad at you.
Leave the past behind. Just walk away. When it's over and the heart breaks and the cracks begin to show. And the cracks begin to show. Hands behind, walk away. When it's over and the heart breaks and the cracks begin to show. 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 Leave the past behind. Begin to show. 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 Hands behind, walk away. When it's over and the heart breaks and the cracks begin to show.
Whether you've gone down this rabbit hole yet or not, you can agree there's something off happening in Hollywood, especially with children. I'm Stephanie Keith.
And I am Tara Manjekovic, and we are unapologetically outspoken.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the podcast. So while Tara is out living her best life and going to all these really cool places right now, I have our podcast manager, Erin, that's going to do a really fun conspiracy episode. So Erin, welcome back to the podcast.
Oh, hi, sweet Stephanie. I'm so excited to be here.
I'm
And,
excited
yes.
too.
She's very sweet. I'm a subpar manager, but I'm doing my best.
Oh, she's amazing. Amazing.
Oh.
And we're so grateful for you. And you like conspiracies, maybe even more than I do. I don't know. So I think today's going to be fun. We're going to go down a pretty deep and dark rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But, I was thinking about it this morning as I was getting ready for this. I was like, when did I first start kind of like waking up to this? And I think we might have talked about this before when you were on. And
Like
it was
the red pill moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was that like what was it called? Out of the Shadows documentary. And
You and I both kind of shared that. That was our, because I don't think Tara had seen it at that time.
Yeah. And it was
Yeah.
like before then, everyone that talked about this stuff, I'm ashamed to say, I was just like, oh, they're crazy. Oh, those crazy
Yeah.
conspiracy theorists, but when I watched that movie, it's not like all of a sudden I was like, oh, I just believe all of this stuff, but it just kind of, opened up something in my mind. And then it was like all of a sudden I started noticing patterns, like why do pretty much all child celebrities grow up to have mental illness or be addicted to drugs or die young? And okay, like they have everything that everyone wants, they have money, they have fame, they have access to whatever. So if things are that bad, why don't they just leave? Or are they being threatened or blackmailed? And it just kind of like, it was all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, we might not all agree on why child celebrities are this way, but we can all agree there's something going on there because there's a pattern. And almost every Disney kids star grows up to be, a drug addict or mentally ill, or there's things that are just off and not right. So I wanted to kind of start with that to put that into perspective, because I'm sure anyone listening, whether you've gone down this rabbit hole yet or not, you can agree there's something off happening in Hollywood, especially with children. So that brings me to the guy we're going to talk about today, who's Isaac Kappy. And Aaron, why don't you want to explain kind of who he is? Because it's not like he's an A-list celebrity.
No.
He was more like a, what do you say, maybe C-list celebrity. He was in a few things.
Yeah, very, very talented guy. The more actual research I did on him, before this all started, I honestly had just heard his name, and I remember thinking, what a cool name. Like, it's just kind of a neat name. It's real catchy. So basically, I have just I try to write up just a short little kind of background, not going into everything, but so Isaac Kappy, he was born in 1977 in New Mexico. I just call him Kappy, just keep it short. So Kappy was into the arts and acting at a young age. He later was in a band with his best friend, and they produced a song that was picked up by the Ford Company. And this kind of, I think the whole process of that just kind of ignited his passion for, going to Hollywood and everything like that. Well, they knew they were going to have to move to Los Angeles to kind of get things going. And I think him and his friend both either moved together or whatever, but they ended up in Hollywood. And Isaac had a couple of small roles. I know he was in Thor and a couple other little things like that. And he would do little side projects with his buddies. From everything I looked into, he was just a very charismatic guy, fun to talk to, good sense of humor. So, I mean, people like that, I think, are just easy to have around,
Mm-hmm.
So basically, he just kind of started mingling with the who's who of Hollywood, kind of. And I think probably people, again, someone like that's fun to have around at parties and kind of, get things going. And so one thing about Isaac was Kappy, he had always been interested in conspiracy theories. That was one thing, through all my research, even going back to when he was younger, he just was always in conspiracy theories. And he would always kind of, we were talking about before we started recording, sensationalizing things.
Right.
And that kind of thing. He seemed to, from the little bit I found about his family, he seemed to have a decent home life from what I found, but there really wasn't a whole lot, to be quite honest with you, that I could find.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, as you can imagine, because he was involved in Hollywood, I think he heard a lot of things and saw a lot of things that just normal people like us don't see.
Yeah. And
so basically how it all kind of went down was in March 2017, he was hanging out with Seth Green. And I think most people, at least for me, when I think of Seth Green, I think of Dr. Evil's son in Austin Powers. Yeah, Scott, and I'll be honest, I have always just adored Seth Green. I thought he was hilarious and funny and just this cute little guy. I know he's been in a ton of other movies, but so basically, it sounds like Isaac Kappy and Seth Green and his wife had all become really close. They were just good friends. They hung out all the time. I guess they loved playing this game called Mafia Wars or something like that, which I have a funny story about that I'll tell you later. But anyway, he was there one night, and I guess they were hanging out, and Seth Green, and this is like a house in the Hollywood Hills, I'd imagine, he kind of like dropped a hint to him, and it was something very awkward about, like, they were hanging out in the house, and he went to this certain room, and Isaac talked about how there was like these stuffed animals all over the place, and he thought that was kind of strange. And then I guess he opened up this like secret, kind of like a bookshelf, and they went into this room, and there was like bunk beds in there, and then there was like all these stuffed animals, and that's when and again, this is all supposedly, Seth Green basically told Kappy something like, "This is where we keep the children, ha ha ha," like joking around. And in the videos, which I'll kind of play a little bit of them as we go along, he kind of mentioned like it seemed awkward, but at the same time, like if you're hanging out with someone that you care about, a friend, and they say something awkward, you usually just kind of write it off like, oh, that was weird, but maybe I didn't understand it or whatever.
Well, especially someone like Seth Green, because I feel like he's the type that is always joking around, not being serious. So you'd be like, oh yeah, he's full of shit kind of thing.
Absolutely. And that was one thing I remember. Even Kappy was on Alex Jones, and Alex Jones actually said that. He goes, well, do you know if he was joking around? And he's like, absolutely not. He was being serious, you know? But yeah, so basically, he opened up the secret bookcase and showed him that. And Kappy just said he felt really weird and awkward about it. And then, but he kind of wrote it off. And then about a month later, Seth Green basically reportedly told him they were having a dinner together. And I guess they were eating dinner, and Seth Green mentioned something about, we need to have a talk about chicken. And now, I had no idea, to be quite honest with you, what that meant. Like, I've heard the stories about pedophilia verbiage, which,
like,
you know, like
and stuff like that, but I don't think I've heard chicken.
Me neither. Exactly. And so and so basically, I guess, and which I found out was crazy, there's actually like FBI official bulletins that have all these, and I can read some of them off to you. It's so creepy. And they're basically things they found in like the Anthony Weiner laptop and the emails. And if any of your listeners haven't looked into that,
sick.
It's fascinating, but it is a dark, dark hole. And I hate to say it, but there's a lot more research showing that it's true than not true, which is just terrifying.
Well, let me just say why I started believing this stuff could be true. Because when I first heard this, I'm like, come on, you know, especially with like the pizza stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's weird that they're using this language in emails. Like, why are they always talking about pizza? But like, come on, really? But then I started seeing people posting on social media, places like Etsy, Wayfair, where there would be a post for something with a code word, and the price would be like $20,000. And they were like, this is the black market. They're essentially selling kids. And when you see enough of that, you're like, yeah, this is not normal. And then when you have places like Wayfair and Etsy coming out and saying, yeah, we're taking those down, we're aware of them, it's like, okay, this is happening. It's, you know, we can't really keep ignoring it. But then the other thing that just happened recently, when Tara and I were doing the episode on the wildfires in LA, she was talking to her contacts, you know, the LAPD, and they were saying how, and she talked about this on the episode, but how someone on the street of one of these mansions that they had to go and look through the house because they thought someone was robbing it. One of the guys on the street said, yeah, there are tunnels under these homes that connect to like all the different homes. And they alluded to like, there aren't good things happening down there. And I've heard that now so many times. I've heard it with the whole Diddy thing coming up. Also, I remember back in the day seeing like a MTV Cribs or whatever on the Playboy Mansion, and how there's tunnels that connect to all these houses to the Playboy Mansion. So just knowing that, I'm like, okay, the Seth Green thing, opening up a bookshelf and there's like a hidden room or passageway, not that far-fetched. We've heard this now, you know, a lot of times. So I just want to throw in that context because when I first heard this stuff, I was like, this is crazy. But then over time, I'm like, maybe it's not so crazy after all.
No, well said, hon. And that you're absolutely right. And that's what's interesting about researching these types of stories is it is fascinating how much it's like a spider web. So like, and I had that hard time when I was researching this because I would start researching Kappy, going down there, and then that would lead to, Anthony Weiner's laptop, and then that would lead into the Rothschilds, and it would, you know what I mean? And it was kind of one of those things where you start thinking in your mind, and then like you just said about like, I remember there was a story a while back, and I apologize for missing her name, but it was one of the whistleblower women. She's this real pretty African American. She has like real curly hair, and she talked about how she was taken under LA, like into these tunnels.
Oh yeah,
And she had to do a ditty as well.
What
was
that?
that?
Carter.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
She talked about that in there, about how she'd gone down there several times. And so yeah, it's amazing how you go into these stories and it's almost like that was part of their plan, was that once you start researching one thing, it leads into another thing, and then you almost get off track because it's almost overwhelming. Mm-hmm. And it makes me wonder if, I don't know, there's got to be some type of MK Ultra, CIA sort of thing of like, let's make it as confusing as possible and make it so it's so intricate that people have a hard time tying things together.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is public. Like we know about Epstein, right? Everyone knows about Epstein. This included, celebrities, politicians, yet not one person has been arrested. And no one thinks that's weird. And now with Diddy, same thing, but on the West Coast, not one person has been arrested other than Diddy and other than Epstein and his girlfriend. That's weird. That is weird. Like we should be asking more questions. WikiLeaks, where they exposed Hillary Clinton's laptop and Anthony Weiner stuff and like all this stuff, it's there. I mean, we all could see it and read it and it's real. But like you said, this mind control stuff, if they say it's a conspiracy enough times, people will not believe what their eyes are showing them because they've been programmed to believe it's a conspiracy. That's crazy. It must be made up. And I mean, I was like that at one point in time.
Oh, absolutely. I think we all have been. And I think that it's funny. I was telling a buddy of mine at work, I said, because and I'll be honest, like what really got me interested again in the Isaac Kappy thing was my aggravation with the whole completely messed up flop with them releasing the Epstein files. Mm-hmm. What was that? A week ago, 2 weeks ago, when that whole botched bullshit. And that just ignited this anger in me. And it was one of those things like even for a couple of days, I was like, okay, I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway. Like maybe there's something holding him up. And at this point, it's this feeling of like, we've got played, like we got played. Mm-hmm. They dangled this carrot in front of us to try to, and again, if I'm completely wrong and Pam Bondi and Kash Patel are, doing everything they can, and so I will completely eat my words and apologize. But as of right now, I had this enormous anger about that because it was something that is so terribly awful, but important for people to see. And I feel like it was just tossed around like a volleyball. It was not taken seriously. And that it upset me greatly.
You know what I know I'm not the only one that thinks this, but we know that this guy was tied up with like the Mossad, but also the CIA. It's one and the same, it's one and the same. And I think whether he was an informant or an actual agent, I don't know. But I think this whole thing was set up by the CIA and or the Mossad to blackmail high profile people. And, so now people that maybe mean well, like Pam Bondi, that come in and see like, holy shit, our government, our agencies were so intertwined with this. It's like, what do you do at that point? And there's no other
No, and
explanation for why not one other arrest was made and why he wasn't arrested for years and years and years, even though they knew it was happening.
and I'll absolutely agree with that, honey. I think the part that for me is upsetting is that if they would just get on live TV and I don't know, I guess I just want them to explain it. And I feel like it's been radio silence. Like there's been a couple of things from Pam Bondi that in my opinion, it was like she was answering a question with a question she wasn't really getting. And I understand that they're in a very is it precarious is the word, I guess, precarious position. I understand that, but I just feel like it could be handled so much more genuine. I wish they could just get it and be like, hey, this is messed up. We're doing our best. You need to be patient, you know, but they're not. And that bothers me.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's how I originally had gotten, you know, really interested because, and I actually wrote on here, I wanted to give a shout out. There's a really neat lady named Donna Marie on X. And she's really what interested me because I had always seen clips of the Isaac Kappy interviews. You know, he used to do a lot, I believe it's on 4chan is the name of it. He used to do a lot of stuff on there. And he would do basically live events. So as he was talking, he would be reading comments and questions from people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Donna Marie was the first one to actually release the entire clip. I'd never seen the entire clip, so I happened to watch it. And as I was watching, it just blew me away because what I was taking from Isaac Kappy, he was very well spoken. You could tell he was a little wound up, you know, but he was very well spoken. He was able to articulate what he was saying very clearly. He did express a lot of emotion in it, but of course, it's a very heavy emotional subject. And one of the things I loved about his videos, and I'll play some clips in a little while, is, again, I mentioned him being very genuine, is he talks in there about how hard it was for him to accept this in the beginning. And that I think kind of I could completely relate to because like you said so perfectly earlier, like when I first started hearing this stuff, and I'd say probably 5 years ago, 10 years ago was when I really started kind of hearing whispers of it. I remember being like, there is no way, like, you know, hurting children and, you know, people just purposely hurting children are like, you know, such a small, minute, tiny part of society, you know, like that's just, they're evil that, you know, and then over time we're seeing more and more. I mean, you see the Diddies, you see the, oh, I have his name written down. Let me see if I can remember it. You know, you see these guys that are working in like Nickelodeon and stuff, Weinstein, you know, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that absolutely blew my damn mind.
Yeah.
And it takes me back to that story I told you last time I was on about this guy that I knew. I worked with him and nice guy. Like I would see him and we'd give each other a hug and ask each other how we're doing, everything like that. And I found out he was a child molester. And it blew my mind because I remember thinking, I always thought I had a decent radar on people, you know, especially being older. I had zero clue, you know.
Okay. That's why I am freaked out by Gavin Newsom because we just talked about him on the last episode, but like he's so charismatic and charming. And it makes me think, like, look at all these different serial killers like Bundy and Dahmer. They all had that where they could totally manipulate people into thinking like, oh, they're so charming and sweet and gentle. And so it's scary because your spidey senses don't really go off. But yet, you know, like, well, there's been psychopaths before that are just that good. They are that good.
It's an incredible, I will say, a very scary gift that they have, which is where when someone is that, I guess it'd be sociopathic. I don't really know if that'd be the right way to, you know, categorize it, but they are so charming that they can make you absolutely disagree with your own, like, you know, you get that gut feeling. Mm-hmm. It can make you literally disagree with your own gut feeling.
Yeah.
And yeah, honey. And then they can get people to do just about anything. And it's that's why I think it's important and that's why I support you and Tara so much with what you're doing and so many of the other incredible podcasts out there, because you're giving people a way that if they choose to go down that of taking the red pill or waking up, it gives them such a clear view that these are normal people just living their lives, trying to share the information that they've learned over time. And I think that that's part of the problem, I would say, with society is people just don't talk anymore. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You know, I want to talk to people, even if we disagree. I want to talk. I want to hear your side of it, you know? And on the flip side of that too, it's that idea that a lot of people these days go into a conversation automatically just completely accepting that you are wrong in what you're saying. And I don't like that. And I'll say that because I have talked to people that I'm very much conservative, but I've talked to people that have liberal values, and I've been like, you know what, that's a really cool perspective. I've never thought about it that way. Maybe I don't agree, maybe I do. But that's what I think the problem is that even in these situations where it may be so, like this whole situation with Kappy and all the things that he got into are so out of the norm of what people are thinking about, but they just choose not to talk about it. You have to talk about it. That's the only way.
See, and that's what I struggled with for a really long time, because obviously I'm into manifestation, the law of attraction, and I'm like, this isn't good to focus on these negative things. And two, like I'm a mom, and you know, you don't want to believe that there's people that are that sick and twisted out there. But then on the same time, the same like side of that whole spiritual aspect of it that I've come to, you know, think for myself is that there has to be a light shown on the darkness. Like you can't just ignore something like this, because look at all throughout history, if people just ignored slavery or just ignored what the Nazis were doing, so on and so forth, it's happened throughout history, it would still be going on. The reason it's not is because there were people that came forward and talked about it. And at the time, they were all considered crazy conspiracy theorists.
People thought they were crazy. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just think about that and it's like, well, someone's got to speak up about it. I mean, it's going to keep happening until, you know, more and more people become aware and they just can't hide from it anymore.
100%, hun. And that's one thing I despise about the mainstream media is that if you were to say something and it was blatantly wrong, and you knew it was blatantly wrong, and you knew that it was going to cause problems, there needs to be some type of a way to try to fix that. Either you admit to being wrong and that you learned a better way, and now you have the right information, but they don't do that. They don't do that. It's there's no accountability. And that's what I think, again, I say about the mainstream media that just makes me sick. And I've had people, like I had a guy this last week that was I thought was a friend of mine that just completely unfriended me and blocked me because I basically told him like, hey man, you need to look outside of mainstream media. And his whole thing was, why would they lie to us? Why? And and then when I started trying to explain my side, he just blocked me.
Yeah.
And it was just so, it's aggravating, but it's also just kind of funny because it's like, you don't
and it's
see
like,
that.
you can't really wake someone up to it that absolutely doesn't want to wake up to it. You know, they have to have that red pill moment, and it usually comes from them finding it on their own, you know,
the hard way, usually.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I cannot believe there's people I personally know that still think that the news is the gospel and like anything outside of that is crazy. And it's hard to believe with all the technology we have. I mean, you can research anything on the internet, doesn't take that long. They just take the word of the media over doing their own research. And what are you going to do? I mean, you can't force someone to see it.
Well, and again, and that's why I'm so proud of you and Tara, you girls, all the effort you put in. Anyway, I could talk all day about that, but let me get back to some Kappy stuff here. Yeah. So in March of 2017, he was hanging out with Seth Green, and that's when he dropped the whole thing about chicken. Now I wanted to just kind of share, and again, I know this is kind of a disclaimer everybody puts out. Everything you find on the internet, someone's going to try to debunk it in some way. That's their right to do so. This is what I found when I was searching. So basically, there was an FBI bulletin in 2007, and it was basically pedophile code. So like things that pedophiles will use to try to avoid getting caught. And these are just a few of them. So they're basically symbols or verbiage. And there's, which I didn't know this, but I guess pasta stands for a little boy. Walnut is like a child of color. Let's see, pizza is a girl. Cheese is a little girl. Chicken is a young boy. And then there's several others on there, but those were just some of the ones. And when I went through that, and they had all these, I don't know if you can, like, you can't really see it, but there were all these symbols. And again, I thought, okay, don't go too far down the rabbit hole. Don't start seeing things just because you had the hint of it in your mind. But when I start going down, I mean, these are symbols you see all through the music industry, all through movies.
At Disney.
At Disney? I mean, it was amazing, honey. Like some of the award shows and the musical performances. I mean, these symbols were, and this was from an FBI bulletin.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that. So that just blew my damn mind. But all right, so after this whole thing happened with Seth Green, he talked about it a little bit in his video. I think he kind of just got out of there. He didn't really say much. And as you can imagine, like, Kappy was devastated. This is like one of his dear friends. He just found out one of his dear friends is a child molester. I mean, that's some rough shit right there. So, and then from what I believe from there, and just from the research I did, I think from that moment, so that was in 2017, I think it just all became too much for him. I think that all that information flooding in, which I can only say, like, there are times where, like, I'll call Tara and I'll be crying, like, I don't understand why people are so bad and they're hurting children and hurting animals, and and she's so great because she'll kind of calm me down. She has that real wonderful, like, cop mentality of black and white, and and she'll give me some good advice. But sometimes it's like my brain just can't handle it. Like, I can't fathom. I have a hard time if I hurt someone's feelings. I can't imagine the things that these people are doing. And again, a lot of it, depending on how you look at it, no, actually not depending on how you look at it. Just the fact is, whenever you hurt a child, either it be sexually or, you're trying to harvest their organs or take their, whatever, you're doing it for your own personal gain. You're trying to satisfy some creepy sexual thing that you have. And that is almost too much for my brain to handle. But then that goes into stuff like we were talking about earlier, people that steal money from old people that do all these horrible things where it is for a personal gain, but you are harming another person.
Yeah.
And I can't get my head around that. And so I think basically that was kind of what happened to Kappy. I think he just basically spiraled from there. And I think it was very hard because he already had all this. He was privy to information that normally most of us aren't from being in that world and being in that lifestyle. So from there, he started releasing information about the Hollywood elites. And he used several different platforms. He used 4chan, which for some of your listeners, if they don't know what that is, I didn't really know what that is. It's basically like a sharing platform. And there's a lot of, I believe, forgive me, 4chan people if I'm saying it wrong, but I think it's just a way for people to kind of do a lot of live stuff, and they'll play video games on it and stuff like that. So he would release these really interesting videos just talking about it. And I have one here that I can play, but basically he was releasing on 4chan, Twitter, and YouTube. And Twitter and YouTube were heavily censored, but he was still able to build up quite a decent following of just like people that felt the same way he did. And also fellow conspiracy theorists. Excuse me. Let's see. And one of his messages, which kind of resonated with me, was like, why silence the messengers? If it's not true, if this is all bullshit, if Seth Green is not a child molester and Tom Hanks is not a child molester, take me to court. Take me to court. Let's talk about it. Show me, you know what I mean? Let me show you what I've seen. You show,
Yeah.
And so I was going to ask your opinion on that, because that was something that really resonated with me.
I remember seeing a video of Isaac Kappy saying, okay, if I'm lying, sue me, literally sue me, so we can go to court, because discovery will show everything. And the fact that, he never was sued, says a lot. And let's not forget, it's not just Isaac Kappy. Macaulay Culkin has been calling this out for years. The Corey was
The
it
Corey,
Corey Feldman?
yeah.
And he,
Yep.
he overdosed, and the other one's like blowing the whistle. Kanye.
Who was that? What was her name, honey? Was it Marina Abramovich? The one that
Yes.
said that Tom Hanks was hurting her or something? Was that her? Or am I mixing up her name with somebody
Marina
else?
Abramovich. She's the one who is like in on it with all the celebrities. She's like that creepy.
I'm sorry, I'm
ass,
mixing
like,
up her name.
witch or
Yeah.
something.
Yep. No, exactly, honey. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been so many child stars that have come out, and then the whole thing with like Kanye, where he came out and started exposing Balenciaga, and he's like, they're gonna come after me just like they did last time. They're gonna try to medicate me, and sure enough, he disappeared for months, and he comes back, and it's like he's a completely different person, and all of a sudden he's wearing Balenciaga again. So it's like if it were just Isaac Kappy, I'd be like, okay, maybe he was mentally ill, But I mean, there are a lot of people aside from who I just mentioned that have all said similar things, all at different time frames in the 80s and the 90s, even going back.
And
to
they were blacklisted.
Yes,
They were blacklisted.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
So there's something.
And honey,
going
yeah,
on.
that was one of these. I'll play this clip real quick. So this is basically just a clip from one of Isaac Kappy's, I'd say most viewed from, I believe it was from 4chan. And it's not playing. I'm sorry. Hold on.
I always have issues with clips.
Oh, it's so funny. It's like, and I always feel bad because when I watch you guys, I'm like, stupid phone's not playing for them.
Yeah,
All right, let's see if I can
mine
get
does
it
that all
here.
the time.
I don't know why it's not doing it. Let's see. Try it again.
Who has been accusing Tom Hanks? Steven Spielberg is a pedophile. Oh, I'm not going to talk about Tom Hanks either, who is also a pedophile. This is girl Sarah Ruth Ashcraft on Twitter, who has been accusing Tom Hanks of raping her when she was 13.
That was her name.
Sold her to Tom Hanks. This is so rampant. It is so bad. But watch for the symbolism, because these people out themselves with the symbols. At the very top levels, these people are just sick and psycho. Look into the Rothschild family. You heard it's cannibals. Yeah, there is cannibalism. The higher you go, the more sick it gets. A lot of people are kind of born into this. They grow up in it. They are abused. And through the abuse, especially as a child, you can break someone's subconscious mind. Look into MK Ultra. It's music, it's film, it's art. Look into Marina Abramovich. Is Oprah a pedophile? Well, let's see. Hanks, Weinstein. I mean, the company she keeps, as rich as she is, I have a feeling she is very high up in the cult. And this, make no mistake, this is a cult. There is a widespread cult that is worldwide, and it's fucking bad, God. Here's a Gmail trick.
Yeah, so that, that is just a clip. It's like, I want to say that whole video was like an hour and a half long, so obviously I can't play it all for you. That was just a clip, though, of some of the people that he was calling out. And I thought it was really interesting that he mentioned the whole Weinstein angle, because Weinstein was like, I mean, he was involved in all of that. And these were people that, just praised him and loved him. And that made me think, who was the guy? Was it Jimmy Savile? Remember Jimmy Savile? He was the guy that was knighted. And it turned out that Jimmy Savile, I don't know if I'm saying it wrong. This guy was knighted, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he had been a real big influencer and performer in the BBC for years, right? And he ended up getting convicted. And I don't know if I remember how long he got, but he had literally raped and killed hundreds of children.
Oh my
okay?
God.
And he was best friends with the head of the BBC, and the BBC knew about it for years, and they covered it up. And I'm not making this up, people. Like, you can go out and find all of this information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can go on, and I always tell people too, when you go on Google, and I know you guys have told them this too, don't go to the first 2 things on Google that you find.
Mhm.
You know, you really got to do your research. But
Don't trust Google.
yeah, Jimmy Savile's a sick bastard. Okay. Then there was another one I saw the other day, and I'm trying to remember what his name was, but he was a zoologist. I remember this. And this one was like, kind of disclaimer, this is some really, really dark stuff. Going along with the BBC angle, I'm going somewhere with this. He was a zoologist who worked with the BBC on documentaries, right? And his name was Adam Britton. And he was sentenced in 2024. This was less than a year ago. This guy was sentenced and convicted, and he confessed to raping and killing 39 dogs. Okay.
Oh, God.
This is a guy that worked with the BBC. This is a factual thing that happened. And that's why I that guy that I got in a fight with earlier in the week and he unfriended me, I was telling him this and he's like, you are making that up. You are making that up. And I'm like, you can literally go on and find it. Like, I am not making this up. And, you know, that one was, you can go down that rabbit hole, which I didn't want to, but, you know, it's awful beyond words.
I think
But,
Tara and I stumbled across that rabbit hole because of Doge. They found all these sick and twisted animal experiments, and not just, oh, we're going to test out drugs and things on them. I mean, sick and twisted stuff that I don't even know how a mind came up with the stuff that they were doing. So
and we were funding it with your tax dollars, people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Our government was paying.
You know,
yeah,
honey. So that was just, oh my gosh. But anyway, so my point is that that was a factual thing that happened. So these factual things happen all the time. And so if they can happen in these certain cases, that means that they can happen anywhere. Okay. And the head of the BBC then started working for the New York Times. And that's a whole nother, and I believe it's New York Times. It might be one of the other newspapers, but so you have this one guy who owns the BBC that covers up all of this horrible stuff. And then he goes into another situation and he wasn't held accountable for any of those times before. So that's just one person that's in that lifestyle of being among these famous people. Okay. So basically, some of the names, the major players that Kappy had mentioned was Epstein, Tom Hanks, Seth Green, and his wife, Oprah, Weinstein, Marina Abramovich, sorry, I mixed up her name earlier, the Rothschild family, Steven Spielberg, Jimmy Savile, and many, many others. And so, you know, and I'm so sorry, I'm like talking your ear off, honey. So if you need to jump in, just jump in.
No, I mean, I was just going to say when he mentioned Steven Spielberg, you know, again, in the beginning, I was like, I don't know, you know, he could just be throwing names around. Well, his daughter, I believe it was, I'm trying to look it up. I believe it was his adopted daughter is a porn star now. And, you know, she says that the sex industry has been healing for her. And, you know, here's the thing, like, okay, your adopted dad is the biggest filmmaker of all time. You have all the money in the world, all the opportunities in the world, and you choose to go into porn. There's trauma there. Like, you would only do that if there's some deep, deep, deep trauma and wounds going on. So when I heard his name, I think that because, you know, whether you like it or not, I kind of judge people based on their kids. You know what I mean? Like, look at Hunter Biden. It's like if someone's kids are, and yes, there's mental illness and all that kind of stuff, but you know, just widely speaking, if there's something like that happening, you know, there's some deeper issue going on. So to know that about his daughter, and then to also know he's one of the people being named. Okay, well, let's not ignore it then. Let's at least look into it a little bit, you know?
Well said, honey. Yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire. And it goes back to what Kappy was saying. I am all about admitting if I was wrong. You know, and I think Kappy felt the same way. Like, you know, let's talk about it. Let's get it out there. Let's stop hiding the stuff or putting it in the shadows, like out of the shadows. Absolutely, honey. And I agree with you 100%. And I think that was, you know, for him, he had actually, it was funny because Kappy made this again, he was a very theatrical guy, but he made this video, and I did have it queued up, but it wouldn't play for us. We tried. But it was this video, and it was all about Epstein Island, and it was called like the Epstein Island video or whatever. And when you watch it, it's both like it's sad and funny and just blows your mind at the same time, because in this video he's showing pictures of Epstein Island and like some of the things that went on there, and these are all things that were factually proven. Like the guy supposedly committed suicide, you know, and that's a whole nother episode I'm sure we should do sometime. But you know, and I think it's just, I think people looked at it as a joke, but if you actually looked at what the message he was trying to get across, it was completely true.
And there were what, like 280 victims of Epstein
that
Island?
They know of.
So it's like, it's not like it was one person saying, oh, something. I mean, hundreds of people.
Yep.
So come on. And then not to get us off topic, but I have to throw this out there. Why was the photo on the Ellen set that's right behind her a picture of the building on Epstein Island? Like, you know, it's stuff like that. Like you said earlier, the symbols are everywhere. And I think I've heard it's this whole karmic retribution thing. Like if you put it in plain sight, you know, it's like you're telling everyone, you're like saying your sins, so to speak. But it's just wild. And once you start noticing those symbols, you see them everywhere.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Honey, you nailed it. I remember it was either Kappy or Alex Jones talking about this symbol where they would go like this.
I can't see the screens.
Sorry, they would go like this.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see? And I remember again thinking, oh, come on. You know, you're just trying to find something. Holy crap. If you watch, that symbol comes up all the time. And it's from this famous like depiction of this, it's either the devil or some type of demon called Baphomet. I don't know if you've heard that expression, but where he's going like this in the picture and you're like, what?
Yep.
Like
that
what?
lady
And
on
then
the plane, remember that lady that freaked out on the plane and she's like,
you are not real.
Yeah. She did that symbol. Like it's so it's like, well, what was that all about? But just, you know, it's like, was she MK Ultra or something? Like, who knows? But yeah, you see it everywhere.
And, you know, and it's that whole thing too of, hey man, I'm not saying all of it's true, but even if just one little bit is true, that's fucked up, you know? And it's like, I love how they talk about like, even like with children being harmed, one child is too much.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't like this whole thing of, oh, well, it was only, you know, so many. What? If it was one, it was too much.
Well, that's why I was so upset about the 300,000 missing migrant children, because I knew this background going into that whole story. And we still don't have answers, still to this day.
And mainstream media wouldn't talk about it. Nope. They wouldn't talk about it.
Yeah.
And then the people that were talking about it, that were trying to get it out there, were labeled, i.e. conspiracy theorists, you know, and they were downgraded. And that's one that just really, oh, honey, you said it perfectly. Like that shit gets me so aggravated because it's almost like a cheating spouse. Like the mainstream media and the corrupt part of the governments are like a cheating spouse. Like they will tell you all day long about what you're doing and how what you're doing is wrong. And then when you try to call them out on their actions, you're the crazy one.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen. That didn't happen. When you know damn well it didn't happen, but when they have that type of control over you, it makes you start questioning yourself. And it's that whole gaslighting thing. And there is a lot of power in that, unfortunately. And I think that that's another reason I'm so proud of you and Tara and other influencers who are like, no, wait a minute. I'm going to think for myself. Even if I do get hate over it, I'm still going to think for myself. And I'm not going to allow this person to gaslight me into not seeing the things that my eyes are seeing, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just sick though, because it's like, that's immediately what I thought. They're all going to these, you know, elites. That's where they're going. That's why no one's looking into it, because the people that control everything are behind it.
Yep. No, honey, well said. And that leads right in perfectly to this other thing I have on Kappy. So basically, and I do apologize, I couldn't find exactly how the progression went with this, but Kappy had hinted that he had a video that was like a kill switch, or as he said, it was like a dead man switch. And basically what that is it's like a piece of information that you have, in this case would have been a video, where if I die or you try to kill me, this video is going to come out, kind of thing. It's almost like an insurance policy, right? And so it's a form of leverage, is a better way to put it. So basically this video, when you find it, it's a very short clip. And again, these are just the things that I saw. I don't know what it is, but this is what I saw with my own eyes. The video, it appears to be a Middle Eastern bathhouse, right? I guess those are pretty big in Europe, which I've heard of them. I've never been to one, but they're actually, I think a lot of them are not nefarious. It's like kind of like a men's club where they go and, you know, whatever. But in this one, it looked to be Middle Eastern bathhouse. And there were these young girls. And I'm talking, I don't have kids, but I could tell these girls had to be under 10 years old. I mean, they were these little, sweet little, you know, innocent little girls. And they were very scantily clad, and they were basically delivering hot water to these rooms. And this is rooms where these like older men are, right? And these are older men that are not dressed, okay? And so, you know, and I had wrote in my notes, but sadly him releasing that was not enough to save him. And then basically something happened, and we don't know exactly what happened, but in that time, and this was a very short time of him releasing that video, that last video, and then that was like his last little kill switch video. And then he released his very last video. And I actually have that clip. I'll play for you. It's a very long clip, so I'm only going to play a little piece of it. But from all the research I did, it was so sad because he had gone from being this very like strong opinioned, very kind of eloquently spoken man to, in this video, it was like something happened and he was terrified, and you could hear it in his voice. He knew something bad was happening. And the interesting thing is, in this video, as opposed to his other ones, if you go look them up, completely different background. It almost looked like he was in a hotel room, or he was somewhere. He wasn't in his normal background where he normally shot his videos. And I mean, I'll let the video talk for itself, but I basically just wrote, like, in his final video, it was like so uncomfortable and it was very out of character, and it kind of told a little bit of his mental state. So we don't know what took him to that, but let me just go ahead and play that for you guys here. All right.
The story of Teresa. I'm not suicidal. Did I lie about Seth Green? No, Seth Green's a pedophile. Am I afraid of something? I'm afraid of, I should be, because bad things are coming my way. I can assure you of that. I'm gonna go now. And maybe I'll come back. We'll see. But stay in the light. Stay in the moment. Maybe I'll be back later. I love you. Take care, okay? I'm not suicidal.
So it's, again, this is a very small clip, but the reason I wanted to play that clip in particular is that through the whole video, he was very just morose and kind of sad. And, you know, he talked about things, but when he got to the part where he said, I'm not suicidal, that was the first time in the whole video where you see him kind of come alive, and he's very firm in what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like, I am not suicidal.
Yeah.
And that's not where my headspace is. And then he kind of trails off. And that is so interesting to me, ergo, because of what ends up happening. And
yeah,
so
why would someone make a point to say that and then turn around and committing suicide? I mean, come on.
And it's so fascinating, honey, because it's like a timeline. It's a timeline of, you see how it all happens. He has that situation happen with Seth Green, supposedly, and then you just see it going off. Now, I will fully admit, and my heart goes out to anybody that has any type of mental illness, schizophrenia, that kind of thing. But the only difference that I'm seeing, and I've known people with schizophrenia, is that it seems like they're not as eloquently spoken. They're not able to really articulate their thoughts, and they're not able to get out. Well, a lot of his videos, he always stuck to the same thing.
Yeah.
He didn't go off into all these different tangents on things. That he stuck to those same things that were important to him. And so basically, and this gets into like his they say suicide again. I personally do not believe it's a suicide, or if it was under very serious duress. But yeah, if you just go ahead and talk, honey, and I'll try to find this clip for you, because this was the one that really will get you.
Yeah, I think is this the one about Tom Hanks too? With the
No. So this is the one. Remember that guy I was telling you about? And actually, I wanted to give him a shout out. I have his name up here. So it's a YouTube channel, and the gentleman's YouTube channel is named Sobering Stories, and it's such a great channel. But this video in particular, and the video itself, I believe, is 45 minutes. But this was just a piece of his video that was so fascinating to me, because oh, here it is. Okay, cool. He literally nails it with the timeline. So there's a fascinating timeline to this, because Kappy releases that last kill switch video, right? Then he does his very last talking video, okay? And in the video, he talks about Epstein, right? The week after that is when Epstein gets arrested, okay?
Really?
You swear to God. So let me
I
play
didn't
it.
know
This
any
guy
of
does a
that.
way better job than I ever could explaining it, so I'm going to let him do it.
Internet immediately turns on Tom Hanks. America's dad is now suddenly guilty of all of the things that Isaac Kappy was accusing him of. Obviously, that is the reason why the comments were turned off on this post, because he was probably getting...
Sorry, he's talking a little tail end of something
People
a minute
were
ago.
accusing him likely of being responsible for Isaac Kappy's passing, and that's kind of the widely accepted, circulated theory that's going on, is that this was maybe like a hit that was put out on Isaac because of these crazy accusations that he was making against Tom Hanks, Seth Green, all of these people. And honestly, he was starting to get a little out of control with it. He was even talking about Epstein, trying to out Epstein. And you want to hear another weird coincidence? Just a few months later, on July 6th, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein is arrested on child trafficking charges. You can't make this stuff up. On August 10th, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein self-exited in his jail cell. So let's just go through a quick recap, you guys. May 1st, Brackets and Jackets video, Epstein Island edition. May 10th, random, weird, sad, live broadcast on Periscope is posted, where Kappy is talking about very cryptic, concerning, confusing things, saying he did something really, really bad, and talking about how he's probably not going to be around for much longer. Also releases an Instagram post talking about how he's made serious mistakes and basically alluding to the fact that he is thinking about self-exiting. However, he very clearly states in his live broadcast that he's not in any sort of headspace to self-exit. May 13th, he is found on historic Route 66 after being hit by an F-150 falling off the Transwestern Road Bridge in Belmont, Arizona. July 6th, Jeffrey Epstein arrested. August 10th, Jeffrey Epstein self-exits. What a strange timeline, you guys. It seems connected, it seems weird, and it feels nefarious with the widespread
Yeah, guys, go check out that video on YouTube. It's Sobering Stories. Is the guy? He's great. I think the name of the video is Why Did He Jump? But he put Diddy like D-I-D-D-Y. So yeah, and again, that's one of those things where maybe none of them are connected, but by gum, it certainly seems
I don't
like
believe
they
in
are.
coincidences, you know.
No.
But what he was talking about there with Tom Hanks was before the this was in April, so this was a month before this happened to Isaac Kappy. Tom Hanks posted a photo of a glove on the road with the caption, quote, "Historic Route 66 roadkill. I hope not." And Isaac Kappy died on historic Route 66. And so people were saying like this was Tom Hanks like threatening him you know, hey, if you don't shut up, like you're going to be roadkill, which who knows? Tom Hanks still has this post up, by the way. He never took it down. He turned the comments off, but he never took it down. But like, I've seen the photos, right? And it's like an overpass that he supposedly threw himself off of into oncoming traffic. That you just don't hear that very often. You know, when someone tries to kill themselves, there's lots of methods we hear repeatedly. That's typically if someone's going to jump, it's like you're going to jump off of a high bridge or something. This was like an overpass that wasn't that high.
It didn't even look like you would die if you jumped off it. Like you'd get hurt, but no.
And then on Wikipedia, like the official story is they say, well, there just happened to be two people that were there and like saw him do this. So it's like, well, who were those people and what did they say, you know? And the whole thing's just strange, especially since he was so adamant he's not suicidal.
Honey, absolutely. And there's so much I want to add to that. So the picture that Tom Hanks had posted, this is so crazy. Okay. When you zoom in on the picture, he's got the little, I think it's like a glove, or is it a glove on there? Whatever. Okay. When you zoom in, there's a cap, like a cap that would like go on Kappy. A bottle. And it has a P written on the top. Kappy.
Oh, wow.
Right? I'm not making this up. Like this, you can go find this. Then, yes, there was supposedly two teens that saw him and tried to intervene and stop him. I have not been able to find their names. I've not been able to find any of their statements, anything like that. I had told you guys I had sent in for like the Freedom of Information, and I haven't heard back yet. They, you know, it might just take time. I don't know, but
well, they can't release the information. How convenient if they were teenagers.
And then it's interesting too, because, you know, a lot of people were like, oh, he was probably on drugs. He was probably just, you know, completely high. I wasn't thinking. There's no report of him being on any substances that I could find personally. And it seems like with the way the media works, if it was that easy, that's the first thing they would have thrown out. Oh, he was high on meth, or he's high on, okay, whatever. But they didn't. And it's just radio silence. And that not only pisses me off, but it makes me think, why would you need to hide it? Why would you need to hide that? Why wouldn't that be out there? You know? And that can be applied to so many things that have happened. Like we still don't know shit about Thomas Crooks, you know, the whole thing. Like there's so many different people that why keep it hidden?
Was cremated before anyone could investigate. Like, I mean, yeah, this isn't anything new. Like, and that's the thing. There's a fall guy. Epstein was the fall guy. Isaac Kappy, whatever. Like, there's different fall guys. Diddy's the fall guy again. Just you know, he hopefully has a bodyguard, because before any information can come out, you know, I'm sure they'll try to get to him. But yeah, like this, it doesn't add up, but we're never going to get answers. And we don't have anyone with authority, any real true journalists or media, other than people, podcasters and YouTubers that are talking about it. You know, it's all just getting swept under the rug. And with the Tom thing, can I just say one other thing about that I thought was weird, because he's gone on, like, you know, those late night shows like Jimmy Fallon, I think it was, and talked about this weird thing he has on Instagram for, like, if he sees gloves or like a shoe or something and he like posts a photo of it, and it's really weird. Well, people were saying there was a post, and this is totally separate, different time frame, but there was a post where he had a glove, again, a photo of a glove. Right next to it, there were the letters SRC USA spray painted right next to the glove. Like, this wasn't like, oh, it's hidden if you look. I mean, it was blatant right there. So SRC USA, okay, who cares? Well, people are saying when you Google it, nothing comes up. But if you search for it on like the dark web or like another engine, it pulls up all sorts of child pornography. So they think it's some sick, twisted, you know, symbol, like all the other symbols that we were talking about. And so here's the thing with Tom Hanks. just like I had that question with Steven Spielberg, with Tom Hanks, number one, he has a son that's like supposedly normal. He has another son that's really messed up. So that makes me wonder, like, what trauma did he go through? But number two, he knows this. That's why he turned the comments off on that post, because he knows people are relating this to Isaac Kappy. So if you have nothing to hide, wouldn't you, first of all, delete the post, but second of all, just come out and say, like, you guys,
clarify.
This is,
Yeah.
But I don't, as far as I know, I don't think he's done that. Maybe he has. I haven't seen it. And the
Nope.
post is still
He's
there.
too busy. He's too busy going on SNL acting like a racist white person.
Right. Yeah. Who can forget that?
But yeah, no, and I completely agree. To my knowledge, he's never addressed it at all. You know, and it goes back to, like we were saying before, you know, the truth will set you free. And if the truth is that you are the beloved actor that I thought you were, and you were this kind, wonderful man that has never hurt anybody, and you're wonderful and amazing, just like I hoped you were, I will admit all day long. But I just feel like there's too many unanswered questions. And like you said, for them not to just come out and address it, just address it. I mean, part of what you get paid for is that you're someone that everybody knows. Everybody knows your name. Everybody wants to know what's going on with you. So just address it, you know. And it's the same thing as far as I know. Seth Green has also never addressed this whole thing.
Yeah, they've all stayed very silent about it. And, you know, same with all the people on the Epstein list. I mean, yeah, the official documents aren't released, but we've all seen the flight logs. None of those people have come out and explained it. The only one and only person who testified or sat down for a deposition and came out and said, yes, I was on the flight log, here's why, and gave their official story under oath, was Donald Trump. That's it. Not one other person. So what are you hiding? You know?
And then I appreciate you, like, I guess, giving me this little bit of time to kind of get on my soapbox. But I really want to reach out to, like, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi to just be genuine. And I understand that you are handling things that I could never possibly imagine or handle myself. I'm sure that there are things that you're going through, but people are holding out for this because our whole lives have had these people on these pedestals. You know what I mean? I have always, throughout my whole life, put these stars and these, you know, musicians on these pedestals. That was like that was the epitome of greatness. That was where you wanted to be. That was what you wanted to emulate yourself as. You know what I mean? Children do that with sports stars, with movie stars, you know. Yes, is it going to absolutely crumble people's bubbles to find out some of these names? Absolutely. But there are some situations where ignorance is only going to hurt, and this is a huge situation because there are people getting hurt. That's a fact. Who's doing it, I couldn't tell you, but the fact that children are getting hurt is an absolute fact. And so the fact that it's been radio silence, I mean, I go on X multiple times a day and just refresh to try to see if there's anything, even a word from Kash, like, hey guys, this is the reason it didn't come out in day one. I'm sorry, we're working on it, blah, blah, blah. If Pam actually came out like, you know, I really do like her, you know, I really think that she is a smart lady, but I just am not seeing that dedication to all of us out here who have been holding on to this, just wanting justice for these people. I understand it's not going to stop these children getting hurt. Children are always going to get hurt because there's always going to be sick people out there. But if you can take these people who we've held on a pedestal, and some of them are going to be that. They're going to be great. And they're going to be awesome. I have no doubt there. But some of them aren't. And the fact that you have those rotten apples in with the bunch, you know, we've got to do something about it. And I had the most beautiful conversation with this incredible man on X the other day. And I was talking about how one of the reasons that, I mean, personally, I believe that all of these cuts they're making in the government are so good is that it's kind of like that idea of like having something that's diseased, you know, something like I was like having a limb that's diseased. The best thing that they can do at that point is cut it off and get rid of that disease, you know, and just start fresh. And I'm like that. And it was so cool because he wrote it. He goes, yeah, he goes, actually, I just had cancer and they ended up cutting off and I'm doing all better. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. You know, but it was just a thought that, you know, we need this as a nation and as people to move on. We can't move on if we know that there are people that are not held accountable. And we've dealt with it for, since before I was born. You know, I watched my father, you know, get aggravated about it. And I know I've talked about that before with, I think the biggest problem, like my dad was an intelligent guy and he had some amazing ideas. Like I feel that way about Alex Jones. Like I think Alex Jones has some amazing ideas, but the problem is that their delivery is not great. My dad's delivery, he was a very, very gruff man and people were usually kind of taken aback by what he was saying, but he was a smart guy. And it's like with Alex Jones, it's the same way. Like I like Alex Jones a lot. And there's other people out there that I think have great ideas, but their delivery needs some work. And I'm not saying my delivery is stellar either. I'm just saying that I think the biggest way to get the point across to people is to talk to people like they're people and just be genuine and be real. You don't have to come out with all these fancy words to describe what you're thinking, what you're feeling. So anyway, honey, yeah, I thank you so much for letting us talk about this. Like it was the last picture of Kappy. I made a note in here. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see the picture of Kappy where he's sitting on the bridge?
No, I don't think I have.
It broke my heart. Like, so it was from a dash cam. It was some guy just driving by that bridge and happened to capture a picture of Kappy sitting there. And you see him and it's like, it's so, God, it makes me want to cry. He looks he looks like he's not even there. Like he's sitting on the bridge with his back towards the road and he's really thin and he looks so tired and he's just sitting there. And you see his little cute curly hair, you know, that he had. And it's just, and I don't know, I guess throughout my research of this, and who's to know, maybe Kappy was a terrible child molesting cult member cannibalist. I don't know, but I can only go off the things that I've seen. And what I saw was a guy that seemed very genuine. He seemed like a guy that was a good person that could not handle all of this evil coming at him all at once. And I think that he didn't lose the battle because he got out the most incredible little bit of knowledge that people latched onto, and that built onto so many other things. So
yeah, I mean, despite everyone saying he was crazy and a conspiracy theorist, his videos are still out there. People are still waking up to it. It did make a big impact. And you know, that's the thing. I think the more people that talk about it and don't let up, the more chance we have of something actually happening, because what they want is for everyone to just forget about it and move on. And that's happened for so long. And now because of social media, you know, they can't contain it, which is probably why they want to ban things like TikTok and why they pretty much own YouTube.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. So, man, it's a really sad story, regardless of whether he did that to himself or someone else did it to him. It's horrible. And he was in a dark place, but he exposed a lot of shit. And like you said, you know, I think in the beginning we talked about no one ever did that whole time. No one ever sued him. No one ever came out and tried to defend themselves.
Defamation lawsuits or
those happen all the time, and they have the money to do it, and they didn't because there's too much evidence there, is what I'm assuming. And again, this is all just, you know, who knows? I don't have the answer. We're just posing the question. Why?
And I love being in this. I love I know we've said this like a ton since Trump got in office, but regardless of not if you're Republican or Democrat or whatever you are, what a time to be alive, because this is the first time in my life where you are hearing so many different viewpoints.
Yeah.
For our whole childhood and for when we were younger, you would, you might see a clip or two here on the news, or you might hear your parents talking about something, or, the guy at the gas station. But now it's getting these different platforms that are free to people. Podcasts are just incredible. And I am so blessed, and we are so blessed that we have this incredible, easy access to knowledge,
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's why we keep doing it. And I'm grateful. I know Tara's grateful for you. You're busting your butt, sending out emails and doing all the things to try to get the word out there. And
Thank you.
You never know what episode or what thing someone might hear that wakes them up or gets them to start thinking. And you just, that's all you can do. And I feel good.
And question it, question it. If you don't agree with me, totally cool. Go do your research.
Yeah.
Question what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And be open-minded. I mean, that's one thing I've had to learn as I've gotten older. Now you and Tara are the same way. When I was younger, when you're younger, you're invincible. You know everything. And as you get older, you start realizing, like, I don't know shit. So I'm gonna do my research. Yeah. It's like, I'm gonna do my research. I'm gonna make sure that I know what I'm talking about, but I'm also gonna be open-minded to the fact that I don't know everything. Yeah. Nobody knows everything. And so, I think that's the one issue that I'm seeing definitely with the left, is that any opposing viewpoint to them is wrong. There's no opening or no light able to shine in at all. You are wrong because you don't think the way I do. And I just disagree with that so greatly. I have very conservative views, but I understand that I don't know it all. And I'm more than willing to be open to different ideas. And I know you guys are too. So,
yeah,
but just like you said, I feel the same way about you guys. I'm so proud of the two of you. And I am just honored that I even get to be any little bit of a part of this, because you two ladies just blow me away with all of your research and all of your effort. And I don't think people understand, not most people understand, how much work these girls put into this. It blows my mind. Like, yeah, I send out emails like, hey, be on the podcast. These girls are researching multiple sites, hours every day to do this stuff. And then dealing with hateful comments, which I have a hard time because I always want to get on and be mama bear. Like, you leave them alone. They're amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm just so proud. Keep doing what you guys are doing. And I will keep trying to help in any way I can. And just keep getting it out there.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. And, when you're doing something that you're passionate about, it doesn't feel hard. It doesn't feel like a lot of work.
That's awesome.
It is. It's like, this is part of your life. Like, you're so into it, and I know you get that because you're into everything we're talking about too. So, it's definitely something interesting where, someday I'll be looking back at my life and I think I'm going to be so glad that I said what was on my heart and I didn't hold back and I just put it out there. I think if I wouldn't have agreed to do this or I would have stopped doing this, I think I'd have regret, So
no, you won't.
Yeah, I'm just whatever. It is what it is. Some people are going to hate it. Okay. At least I put it out there.
Well, I love it.
Well, thanks, Erin.
And Tara, we love you. We miss you.
Tara. Yeah, I know. I'm my work wife.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for you did so much research for this episode, and thanks for sharing that and bringing the clips. And we love a good Erin episode. So
thank you. Wow. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you back here next time.
Let's go back to the beginning.
Now you've picked up right where you left off in the good old days.
Well, hey, my riding, it's all the same. When it drips like posture, my head just hangs. And I hate myself, man, but who's to blame? I guess I'm just seeing through when it pains because of the sorry. To take on the world would be something. 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 I still hate my music, it's all the same. When it drips like moisture, my head just hangs. And I hate myself, man, but who's to blame? I guess I'm just fucked up, too insane, because of this always. To take on the world would be something. To take on the world would be something. To take on the world would be something. To take on the world would be something.
mean, you know, I forgave Cam. You know, Cam really didn't do much to me, but I forgave him. Okay. I even forgave Ed, even though he had CP. Again, it's not up to me to wish death on somebody, because if y'all want to wish death on Ed, then let's look around some of your groups. Let's wish death on
Catcher community down. If that's what you call it. Well, I mean, the fucked up community. So now, remember now, we're going to be in, you ain't run to live, have you? Yeah, we're 24 seconds into it. And, they've heard your they've heard your asinine comments, Vic. Why don't you explain yourself and also explain what happened to your nipples? Well, I was out skiing one day and went over the first couple of humps. And when I hit the pole, when I got to the bottom of the hill, my nipples stuck to the pole. Because I was sweating so bad going down that hill that I had perspiration all over my chest. And my nipples got stuck to the pole. And when they pulled them off, I didn't have no nipples, so they had a tattooed nipples. Well, that's on my chest. That is tragic. How can they? Was there any GoFundMe for you or anything? No, there was no GoFundMe. We didn't have it back then. We were talking about, you know, I was skiing with Sonny Bono when he hit the tree. You know, he had a boner, you know, that SWAT sidetracked him. Going down that hill, chasing me, he hit a tree and flipped him around on the side and killed him. Yes, I used to be going to Palm Springs a lot when he was the mayor. And I'd be like, why would they elect Sonny Bono the mayor? And then realize, like, the people I was working for, which was opposed to it.
Hey, I actually used to ski at the resort where Sonny Bono died. Quite tragic. That's when I was even living in that area.
Construction and also dick sucking. They're like, because people like it.
Yeah. First of all, here's a little bit of a warning to people that are just joining in. These two sick bastards, Vic the Map and JT Colfax, the necrophile and arsonist. I haven't listened to this yet, so warning, they're probably going to talk about some real disgusting things, but we're going to get it down with our opinion, because, I mean, even if I would have found this, I'm blocking JT Colfax stream anyway, and Vic probably would have rage quit if he would have known I was listening, so we'll let these guys get everything in that they need to in their little propaganda stream talking about the sick shit. We'll let them have their moment, huh? Uh-huh.
Well, I thought about getting a nipple transplant, but they wanted to put big breast on me, so I said no. I feel like, you know, you have pissed off so many people in this community that perhaps some kind of horse branding, painful thing on your nipples would be about the best way for everyone to get out of the subject. Yeah, I reckon. But you know, it's better to be pissed off than get pissed off, unless you're into piss. That is. Vic, you know, we've seen each other around, but
now it's cheesily called these YouTube streets because Tommy Boy exhausts things. It's saying, but by the side of the road up by Riverton, did I fuck you once?
No, you just rubbed your hands through my hair back then and looked into my eyes and says, "Where have you been all my life?" But we know the same people though. Lee Ryder.
That figures because you know, I mean, you are. There's a thing about you. There's something about you. Jimmy Hendrix.
Maybe it's because I'm handy with my wood.
Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin. I don't know. Any of those hands masturbating my cock would be one thing. It'd be all famous and everything. But I think I'd rather have your hand. I think your hands done amazing things.
Oh, my hands are amazing. My hands is like the icing on the cake.
Oh my God. And it would be like motor oil. And motor oil. But like that what's that oil that you would know? That oil that you would know that it comes in a small little, can. Oh God, squeaky, squeaky. But very oily. I haven't seen that in ages.
3-in-1. If you're looking for the KY jelly that's in Gomez's hot tub.
Now, KY, of course, I know. This is weird. I find it weird that people still know that when it was really such a thing from the 50s or earlier than that. And really, like, when I was in Mead, I don't remember seeing KY jelly, Vaseline. Niggers.
Well, Vaseline has petroleum.
Well, yeah. And that got voted out with AIDS. The old AIDSola.
I guess.
Yeah, with the old AIDS, it was all about,
But you can use vitamin E. That's always good for the skin.
Did you just say you wanted to rubber band yourself to my dick? Rub?
Oh yeah, we can what do they call that? I forget, but yeah, we can do that. We can dock each other. That's what you call docking.
Well, it's kind of what you. Are you uncut?
Oh, I'm cut all right.
Me too. So we can't officially dock, but
I've still got some foreskin. I can pull my foreskin over it.
I'd like some kind of setup with
when I was like 20 years old, people wanted to pay me to do some modeling, but I was a little bit too shy.
Did they urinate on your face?
Oh, they wanted a whole body. 86, 87, 1987, around the time that they, was asking me to come in and do model.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sorry for the grossness, but we're going to get this down. Here's the thing. I'm going to play the audio of the video. I just dropped it. Let me see if I can actually post that here just so people can get the URL if you want it right there. So apparently, and I haven't really seen everything from myself, but JT Colfax was arrested for arson, trying to light John Benet Ramsey's parents' house on fire in Colorado. Here's the description box of the audio we're going to play for you just for a minute here. Title is Return to the Ramsey House. This was April 27th, 2023. So yeah, that was last year. I think those charges were from a while back too, when he tried to, or did, light the Ramsey's house on fire. Here's what the description box says. He sat in back of this house most of a miserable night with the intent to burn it. It's in the description box. I did it, but not very effectively, but it was good enough to make a series of criminal charges. I had be controlled out of the popcorn and soda machine's White College Boulder jail. He thinks he's some type of activist and writer, but he's shit all the way around, especially when it comes to the necrophilia. They had to change the address of this house and brought in adult trees to obscure it. The Ramsey family has long since not owned it. Daughter of TV evangelist Robert Schurler has lived there for a heap of long time. Interesting, that is interesting. I feel steeled and insulated from being in my fields there. And I was a zombie who'd run out of gas by the time I ended up spending the night on the back patio. There's some oddity and weirdness about the Ramsey's attorney finding the fire damage early in the morning and not reporting it to the police. We will get to you. Names a few names there later in future vids. Wow, you know what? That was a year ago, and him working on that, he is a long way off from working on a case himself to getting with Animal Lovers Vic. Okay, long way off. We're gonna just play the first minute of this, and it's gonna be audio only.
A familiar spot.
Let's go back.
Here we stand again in a familiar spot. Over there, that was the home of Joe Barnhill and his wife. They were major witnesses. And they ended up with John Bonet's dog, Jacques. And they brought it out when I got arrested and put it in the police car window where I was parked down just by around here to see if it recognized me or anything like that. It did not, of course. But I was parked right there because they drove me back over here to the Ramsey house. And up there, the part you can see the clearest the most with the...
See, that's all Shay can say. That's why Vic had to introduce the animal love, is so they can break in people on the idea. It would have probably been okay if Biden or Kamala would have taken office. They need these shill bags to help break loose some things in your head to be okay.
Let's see if I can do this. That was John Bonet's room. But up there, I think you can see, yeah, patio furniture. Different, but that's where I sat all night long, all night before stuffing the burning papers into the somewhat obscured.
Yeah,
I don't feel like even
all right. So he's filming out front of John Benet Ramsey's the old house, anyways, where they used to live. It's some pretty sick shit, and I could see why him and Vic would be getting along in this gay love lark they've got going on online. Once again, I'm going to just let this roll. This is more than likely going to get sick as shit, but I actually want to capture this and put it all over the internet on who Rodney Bowman, Vic, the map, likes to hang out with on the internet. Same, here you go. Oh yeah, we caught him, by the way.
Do you think it would have been best at that time if a Catholic priest came in and just jumbled around in your pants?
I've never had that happen.
Oh, well, so that fell flat as an unpleasant moment. So therefore, I'm gonna say that when I worked for the mortuaries, there was a priest. I had to drive it in the hearse. And sometimes he'd have the altar boys with him. And I just knew, like when he would hand him the money, he would hand him like, $10 for attending this funeral with him. But it would be done in such a way that made me uncomfortable. And not only that, but the stature of the boy and the mean, nasty control of the priest. I knew it. And decades later, giant bust. I lived through that. I was like right next to the young altar boy. Crammed into the earth. And I know. And yet, what can I do? Because I don't know. I don't have a goddamn thing I can say to him. It was so prevalent too, especially this guy. Like not every priest. So many priests were like, oh, thank God we can smoke in the hearse, and they're just fun. You know what I mean? Like fun guy. But then this guy, and then there's always that, authoritarian, blah 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 bastard. But there was this guy. I believe he's one of the only ones that ever had an altar boy with him.
I'm lost.
Wow.
What are you talking about? I don't.
Vic finally found somebody that can be more gross than him.
You know what I mean? Vicky boy, I'd like to picture you in a giant weird skirt But we got off the track, guys, and we got me sent back to the totally true time of there. I'm still very, very young, and the trunk first compartment, and I only hold so much. And these boys branch next to me, and then I got this pretty. Often, the best thing about driving the hearse, I got that. I always did it. The best part is usually you go back to the funeral home alone. But in other arrangements, you would have to take the priest. That would be the worst. But some of them could be fun and just chatting about whatever's going on. And others judgy. But this guy and these boys, what can I do? What can I say? See him touch the boy's dick? No. See him secretly having him $10. Which is really weird in this tiny compartment. Why does that have to be secret? Pay the boy for his service. Coming with you like this. It was just weird. And he got it. Got it. Get it. Many years later, lessons from lessons, hundreds of dollars. And I sat there, either China, the hearse, front compartment, driving, and the other seat with the boys on a seat that doesn't even exist. I sat there. You sit there with them for whatever the ride is from the cemetery back to his church. Okay, well, so I never did go on any church functions. I had to go to church, but I didn't go on any bus rides or any of that. I wish I had different stuff in this because so they're gonna turn it into like and it's like I'm like 22. I'm like 22. That's why. And I, we're taking off from the funeral. As the priest and this boy gets in, what am I gonna do? Like, oh no! Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, oh no, something's wrong with you. How am I gonna know? How am I gonna know? But right then, drive back another time. Something wrong. Wrong. Well, I had to walk to church. I had to walk like a mile to church and walk back. A lot of times I didn't go to church. I just wore my Sunday outfit and then went around the corner and checked it. I had clothes hidden in the bushes and I changed into my play clothes. And when church was over, I changed back over into my church clothes to go back home. Did you go down by the river and stick your fingers up some children and yank and yank on the other two.
You know, real quick, this just confirms more pattern that these idiots are with the network, and because how much Vic didn't used to like Mr. T. Colfax. He always used to try to keep him on blast because he was with Predward. CPA. And it just goes to confirm that these LARPing little loser bitches like to lie, cry, and cope, like earlier. This is some type of coping going on, I believe, and projection. Well, yeah, a lot of sick projection.
Do you regret not to?
I don't know. I never really thought about it. You know, I never really thought about doing anything like that. I was too busy trying not to get hurt at home. Because I knew if I did something bad, somebody would tell on me and I'd get my ass beat. So what I would do, you know, I wouldn't say nothing to nobody.
Okay, let's get down to what's really important. If you were Lee Harvey Oswald, which I guess we have to actually put the parentheses in and say the assassin of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and you were to meet the country's media in the basement of the jail, it didn't happen, but you pick. Would you like to, when you're marching for the cameras, would you like to vomit guacamole, spaghetti, oh,
Well, I would hate to vomit anything like spaghetti because if you vomit so hard, you can blow it out of your nose, and I'd hate to get a needle stuck in my nose. So that would be out of the question.
okay, good. You stopped me from being insane. I felt insane there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know what it would feel like to pull a noodle out of your nose. That spaghetti, it would burn like hell. I would think it would make my eyes swell up if I had to blow a noodle out.
Shut up. Why don't you shut up, Dick? How about this? I've suddenly turned on you, and I have a time machine. Bitch. Now I'm going to send you back to Ford Theater when Lincoln gets shot. Now I'm going to be right there on your case 1 minute before Booth shoots Lincoln. And Vic, I'm going to make you hop up in the audience and scooby-doo, scooby-doo, scooby-doo. What's that? And you're going to point at the presidential box. You'll be fucking hanged for that. You know that? I'm going to make sure of it. You know, one of those guys that got hanged for that was really kind of sexy. Can't remember his name right But I would.
Lincoln get shot in Illinois. He was from Illinois, wasn't he?
He was from Illinois. He got shot. He got shot in D.C.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know my history that well. I know who Lincoln is.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I've been researching for the Sam Project. I found out recently. The White House usher that stayed from Lincoln to Teddy Roosevelt. He was saying like when the people. Okay, so Lincoln went to town to go see the play, and this guy is it's his job to guard the door, blah blah. Then all of a sudden later, all these torchlights are heading towards the White House, and then Secretary of Agriculture tells them that Lincoln's been shot. And here's what I found. In the weird community we're in. This is really odd. But you know what I mean? You can't, it's still making up the worst. But the point is, when the news got to the White House with this usher, Lincoln was shot at least. It's said that he went up with Tad and I keep seeing the article 10 to 14. He went up there and he stripped him.
All right, we're going to do a little swap over here. Vic usually tunes in and then he'll flip and trip and then go live himself. Just like Telly had to try to go live earlier when I said I was going to go live, he had to set a live. Isn't that interesting how that might work out? What we're going to do is I had to put his live on a playlist so I could rewind and because it's through the broadcaster. So let's get what Vic's got to say here from the beginning. He's through the YT broadcaster, and you can't usually rewind in those broadcasters.
Yeah, I have a few things to say.
So yeah. Like I said, he must have seen the title and went live. I'm just assuming because that's what he does. Usually when I go live and I'm blasting him, all of a sudden he goes live to run off in a different direction with the sheep that him and his sick crew try to collect. But if you take that live in the broadcaster from the YT broadcaster, because you can't rewind it, if you drop it in a playlist, then you can rewind around. So let's get this from the beginning.
Number one, be kind. You need to stop.
You know what? Vic's such a bitch that he goes after women, right? He might tell some stories. Well, no, he's definitely told some stories about myself. But it's interesting. He knows that I'm basically pinned down where I'm at for a while. That's why he talks shit on me. And he knows that reason. But that's his little puss bag shit. He'll get his he's already gotten his, let's put it that way. But the thing is, he'll talk shit about some women and talk really tough. But and go to their homes to go scare them, but acts like a subpar power bottom bitch when he's around real men. I'll tell you that much.
Texting me. Again, you need to leave me the fuck alone. And yes, I will post everything that you're sending me. I've already asked you in them texts back in August to leave me alone. I asked you back in March to leave me alone. Okay? You can play double agent. Say, oh no, I don't hang out with those people. Oh no, they're not my friend. And then you're going to try to call me. I got your number blocked. I don't want to have to talk to you because I know what you're up to. I'm not stupid. And everything that you told me in conversation, I retain that information like an elephant. I don't forget. Up to this point, I haven't had your name in my mouth. But here, today, all those texts is going to come out. I'm not going to redact anything on those texts. Okay? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put it all out there. There's 3 people in this community that has our conversation. And you texted me 20 times within 24 hours, over 20 times. And just today, within, what, the last 3 hours, you texted me over 15 times, it looks like. I'm not reading the text. I keep logs of them. So if you want to go to your, who was it, the Senate, the guy that you know, to take me to court, go right ahead, babe.
Yeah, that's why they send shitbags like Denise Mad Cow and Vic here, is because there's nothing to sue for. They keep them like little gnomes and hobbits in these roach-infested basements and hotel rooms to talk their shit. And what's interesting is before Vic decided to try to suicide LARP that he was going to commit suicide, he texted me about 15 times. So there's a lot of projection, crying, lying, and coping going on here.
Go right ahead. I'm not threatening you. I'm just asking you to leave me the fuck alone. And then you're going to go and tell TBS you and Nanya is going to pull up on me. See, I stayed quiet long enough just to watch, just to see how all this is going to play out. You already showed your hand. I haven't showed my hand. I ain't said a damn thing. Now, one of those 3 people that I sent the texts to, they had the full conversations. And they asked me, well, how do I know this is really her? I said, well, call that telephone number right there. Okay. And I'm just waiting for that one person to put out some of the text. See, the text that you made the threats to me, I haven't put that out. He doesn't know that. But the other two, they have it all for safekeeping. See, it's okay to joke and make fun and say things just to get somebody riled up. And when you get them riled up enough, it's like a drop of water in a bucket, okay? The waves go out and then they come back in, but you don't see it. Like a tsunami. See, I never made any threats that I'm going to come up there to your house. You made all that shit up. And this is directed to you, Be Kind. This is directed directly to you. Y'all know it's a LARP. We know I LARP. So what's the difference? Oh, but the rules is for thee and not for me. Is that how you play? Is that how you play fair game? And Be Kind. Tell me who you said pulled up in your driveway and backed out of your driveway and you have them on camera. Tell us who it is. I know who they are. And I know they didn't do that. You're just making up lies to get me pissed off even more at the person. So I can spout off and then later on you're going to take this and give it over to Nanya. See, I knew you was playing over there in Nanya's little crowd. I'm not stupid. I've been watching for a distance. I haven't been making any videos. But I thought it was about time that I do air out some dirty laundry. So yeah, go ahead and make your threats to me. I don't live in Atlanta no more. I don't live in Atlanta. I don't live in a big city. I stay to myself. I'm a hermit, okay? I got my own place. So you want to serve me? Fine. Serve me for what? I haven't made no threats to you. I left you to fuck alone. And here you are fucking with other people making these threats. And then you're going to come and say, I said this and that and the other. See, you like to twist shit, just like Nanya, just like all these other people in that group. They like to twist shit around. I'm not going to twist it around. I'm going to put all the text out. And I'm not going to redact any information. And that means the telephone number it comes from. So see, this way, we know where those texts come from. So I'm advising you right now, Be Kind.
I actually think he's full of shit there because I downloaded his whole channel, and I think there's a video of him in there threatening to go to Nunya's house. Interesting, right? I mean, he's just LARPing, by the way. He's just a LARPer. He admits it.
You need to stop fucking texting me. You need to stop. Because I don't want to have nothing to do with you. Nothing. And as I said, you do have issues. That part is true. Me calling you fat, I don't even know what the fuck you look like. I don't know where you got that at. Now, what was said, at the time, this is last year, before I ever went out to Arizona, okay, I said, yeah, I like her. I don't care what she looks like. I like her. Oh, I was wrong then. Ooh, I was blinded because some woman called me. And we'd talk, what, 5 hours? You work at nighttime. Instead of working, you wanted to carry on talking. I had to get up the next morning and go to work. You kept me up all motherfucking night long because you wanted to talk. Okay. Now, Becky, you are one of the biggest fucking liars and the shit stirrers in the whole community. You were jealous because I didn't want to have shit to do with you. You wasn't happy, so you're going to go tell Be Kind all these lies and shit. And number one, I don't even talk to you, Becky. I don't even like you. I haven't liked you for over 2, maybe 3 years now. And you cried the other night, tell Vic to unblock me. No, hell no, I ain't going to unblock you. If I could double block you, I'd have done that. You see, y'all have the issues. You playing over there in Nanya's camp. And we know how they operate. We know how they operate. So, you know, whoever's over in that camp, birds of a feather flock together. See, I sat back long enough to see how this was going to spin out of control. Okay. See, the problem between Be Kind and I.
Wow. He will stick his wanger into anything, including animals. Interesting. I just tried to type in the chat. He needs the back of a hand bitch slap and even coded a couple of ways. It still wouldn't stick. He needs a back of the hand bitch slap. And that would not post in the chat. Isn't that amazing?
Started that day that I was at Hoover Dam at Lake Mead. And I called out PHI. I called out Gabby.
But he
called out Bobby Joe.
He did a little more than that. He said he was going to go to their houses. That's why he's got a restraining order against them.
And Nanya called all 4 of them out because I felt that they threw me up under the bus. Okay, and I'll tell you why. See, when Ed and I was going at it, Ed's going to put my information out and run his narrative. Fine, I don't have a problem with that. Okay? What I have a problem with is I put my trust in those 4 people. I asked Bobby Joe to look me up. She says, I can't do it. Ask Nanya. Abby says, I can't do it. Ask Mama or ask Nanya. And then I asked Bobby Joe. Bobby Joe says, I can't do it right now. Ask Nanya. So yeah, I sent my ID to Nanya. And a little bit later on, Nanya says, I should dox your ass, you stupid fool, for sending your ID to me. But yet Nanya didn't want to say why. Oh, I got pissed. I got pissed. So I told Nanya, you dox me, I'll dox 5 of your friends. And this is where Be Kind started making her threats to me.
What little bitch, dude.
I didn't say who I was going to dox.
Oh.
I didn't say who. And at the time, I didn't even have Be Kind in my mind. Because really, she hadn't done nothing for me to really be mad at her. Okay. Now, I did tell Bobby Joe, you know, when people come at me, don't defend me. Meaning, you know, in chat and all that. But when I did ask, tell people why, nobody wanted to say nothing. That's fine, I understand, you know, they was mad at me and who knows. Okay, I don't hold any resentment against them. That's all over with, it's past. I don't give a flying fuck what people think of me. See, when you try to be friends with someone and then they turn around, lie to you like you lied to me, Be Kind. Oh, I don't hang out with them. I know damn well you do. You're in cahoots with them.
Oh, they're all in cahoots.
And you play like innocent. I see what's going on. I know what's going on. I'm not stupid. I stayed quiet for a long time. I stayed quiet for a long time. But today is a new day. And I see the same scenario being played out on other people. Like you, Be Kind. Try to act innocent like you didn't do anything and you're in a back room back there coercing everything you know with your allies. We're not talking about Bobby Joe or Gabby or PHI. We're talking about Nanya's little account. So let that be a fair warning. Pull up on TBS. You know, he's going to see our text and see how you made these threats. And to me, that tells me maybe you.
Oh, wait a minute. That might confirm a few things. Is he actually trying to say that him and TBS have been in contact? Oh, that might make sense, man. They are protecting some type of a drug trafficking network and CP and the nastiest of the nasty.
Of something to hide.
Let's go back.
Now you remember, and to me, that tells me maybe you have something to hide. Now you remember when I come back from Nevada, and I made a little short clip saying there's a predator in the community. You call me up, says, why didn't you call me? You know how I like looking people up, and that is a fact. You said that to me, Be Kind. Because see, don't you remember? You're the one that pointed out Ed's wife's tag where she worked. And I was the one that called it business. See, you and I was working together looking people up. Don't forget that now, Be Kind. Don't forget that. You're not innocent. Don't play innocent.
Oh, interesting enough that him and I actually had a conversation about Be Kind at one time, and he was downplaying it like, I don't know about this lady, but she seems really nice, and I kind of want to go out and visit her, but I don't know about.
Because you're as guilty as the rest of us. I'm not playing innocent. I'm going to play fair. Fair warning.
You know what? I'll play fair with Vic. I'll tie one arm behind my back when I get to Atlanta.
Leave me the fuck alone. Because I know the last text message. You keep sending me more text messages. I'm going to put all the shit out there. I'm going to redirect anything. I'm not going to take my time to scribble out names and numbers. I'm going to let it all fly, and wherever the shit lands, it's going to land. I'm not playing around. No, I'm not going to fly out there. No, I'm working. I work hard.
When he finally convinces somebody that he needs to come work for free for them. Oh, I'll do it for free, right? But he becomes the best paid engineer in that state at that time because it's not free. Just saying.
I don't have time to waste following you around and all these other people. And no, I ain't got time for that. I'm busy making my money, making my life, and making people happy in the real world.
What a dumbass.
I'm making a difference. For the positive.
Yeah, those young waitresses that he was gawking at and heard him gawking at them about their asses and how good they look. Those minor waitresses in the restaurants where he was bought meals. That's why he's the best paid engineer in the state wherever he's at that time, even though he's the shittiest. But yeah, those women sure weren't, or those young girls weren't looking upon Vic at that time going, oh man, what a great human.
I'm making a difference for the positive. See, I'm not over there.
What? What, going to the research facility and getting poked and prodded in your human experiments? What a sellout piece of shit, man.
They're in Nanya's little town. I'm not up over there in NTF's shit that she's doing. To me, all y'all are fucking losers. Y'all got too much time on your hands. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that, you know, some of y'all are smoking some heavy-ass dope. We already know that NTF is doing it. I ain't got time for none of that. You see, I sat back and I waited and I waited. And
you know what's interesting is little shit bags and shill bags like FCC and some others. You know what it'd be if, I mean, the best idea, even like Nunya, right, is not a single one of those people has tried to contact me and get my side of some things, because I'd let it all out. I'd tell him everything, which is nothing of what Vic describes his time in Arizona and Nevada.
Then I got to thinking, well, you know, yeah, you know, sure, I might have said a few things out of anger. Like we all do, like you're doing right now, B.
You know what the thing is? You say some of the things, like his gay LARP and the javelina, putting the animals in there, sick animal shit. Wants to do that. You already did the damage. There's no backpedaling from something like that. Even if there was time restraints on a court case. He's the bitch that said after he did the suicide LARP, he's the bitch that had to say that he's, no, I think it was before. Yeah, it was before he was doing the gay LARP and the suicide LARP. He said he was going to sue me for busting him out as a minor attracted person.
And you're doing that out of anger. spite because you want to control somebody.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying not to stop this too much. And we're on 1.25 turbo speed.
Control me. You keep telling me not to do this, not to do that. I'm going to do it. If you leave me the fuck alone, it would have been better. Because I would have just put the conversations out. Showing proof that you're making these threats. Showing proof that you said to me, you're going to have Alex come to my house. That man better not come to my house because you're going to get that man in trouble. That man has no business coming to my house and you have no reason to be telling that kind of lie. See, you made the fatal mistake and said, so-and-so is stalking me. I saw them drive up in my driveway. I have them on camera. Why tell me? Let me tell you why you won't tell me. You wanted to tell me to get me angry. So I keep going back after that person. You see, it didn't work out like that. It did not work out like that. I can see very clearly people's intentions. And your intention wasn't good. You had ulterior motives. Just because you didn't like the guy. It's easier for you to get me mad to do your dirty work. So you hang around that crew over there, you're part of their doings and you're part of that problem. And I just hope you didn't make that threat you're going to pull up on TBS in the last 2 months. And this is like, let's say August the 27th to 28th. That was the last time that you was texting me. You sent me over 20 fucking texts, okay? Why? Because I won't talk to you? And now today, I say something about you threatening TBS. Well, why are you doing it? You're trying to shut him up? Trying to get him mad? Try to get him spurred so he'd talk about you? I mean, really, seriously, be kind. See, people don't know you like I know you. I'm not saying that you're a bad person. No, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I am saying that you do have issues. That I know by your actions towards me. But all in all, I know that you're a good person. I know that you're a good person. And it really bothers me how you're acting. You're trying to tell me how I should act, but here you are doubling down, acting otherwise. Double standards, right? Double standards. So whatever you're telling me don't mean a crock of shit. If you're going to preach it, you need to abide by that. Now, I told you, last time you kept on fucking texting me, I was going to put all the text out. You already knew that I could do that. But I haven't done it yet. But if you continue on harassing me with your texting, I will put every motherfucking thing out there. Up to now, I'm going to send all of our DMs and the most recent ones, the 20 so odd textings that you sent me today. No, I'm not going to read them. I'm going to snapshot them and I'm going to send them out to people. And if they want to use that, fine. But they're going to have your telephone number. That they will have. Because, see, that is a way to prove that you sent me the text. See, I'm not afraid of my telephone number being out there. I'm not afraid of it. I'm going to tell you something. There's a good thing about that. Your little friends put my shit out there, put my telephone number out there. Well, guess what? A couple of people in this community reached out to me and says, hey, so-and-so and so-and-so said this, here's proof. And then somebody from another community reached out to me and started giving me other information. So there's a good thing. You know, it's a good thing. I met some good people by that. You know, it's not that I hate you. I just want you to leave me alone. And you need to practice what you preach. Because, see, you say I'm anti-doxing, but yet you hang out with some of the biggest well-known doxers in the community. You might as well be one too. And when your number rolls up and you're in that crowd, don't get mad. Don't get mad. I mean, it's just like a bank robber. You could be in the back seat. You didn't even rob the bank, but you're in the fucking back seat. They robbed that bank and you get caught up the street. The two people in the front seat was the one that robbed the bank. You're included also in that. The same difference. So I expect you to stop texting me. Because if you keep doing it,
My hack didn't work. We didn't get the last few minutes of that. It's probably 7 minutes, but we got enough there. What a little bitch. Yeah, I figured out a hack to get through paywalls and private videos, but they must have got me on it. Yeah, well, you know, at least I figure out their faulty little bullshit system, and then when I figure it out, they got to come up with the let's say a new Cox firewall. It just keeps it busy. You know, it keeps the tennis match going, you know, real good back and forth with Silicon Valley. These little shill bags right here. Yeah. These are just chew toys sent from the state. That's the way I look at it, in my opinion.
And then he laid down and held him. And, you know, and he promoted that story as his personal involvement with the Testament. He had business cards about him being the last guy to see Lincoln out of the White House. But you know what I mean? Like promoting the idea. Well, first of all, the idea is, you know, your main project now is to hold this 14-year-old boy's body when you are also the White House usher, and the most amazing, horrible things are happening, and people pouring in the doors, and all the things you must do for the next coming task. The thing you do is make the boys trip. Shit. I'll give away the whole story there. History. It's the exact same thing that you do, Vic, I think.
Right. Well, what show was Lincoln watching when he came out of the theater when he got shot?
My American Cousin.
Okay. So he had already watched it, or was he going in to watch it when he got shot?
No, he was in there watching it, and the most significant thing about it was that John Wilkes Booth was an actor, famous actor, but he was also, his father and his brother were more famous. So he was, famous-ish, you know what I mean? Like, he was known, but anyway, what was the point? Like, he did the play. He did the play. And there came a time in the play where everyone else cleared off of the stage. And it was just an old man saying, which for some reason was hilarious, like something like, get off, you sophomologizing old man trap. That was, so when this was known to be, whatever that means, that was known to be, as a person that was behind the scenes or seen the play, worked on a play, it was known to be just a hilarious thing. But it was also where everybody else was the stage, except for this one old man. So he said that, and then bang, the thing goes off, and Booth.
So did what did they do to the guy that shot the president? He got hung for it, right?
He was he was gone. He was on the road for 14 days. He was in agony the whole time because when his jump from the stage, they say, was interrupted by the big, those kind of American flags, but the gypsy doodly ones that would hang from the presidential box. That his spurs or something got stuck, and so he did land good, and he broke his ankle, twisted, check it, baby. No, then he was on the road for 14 days, and then they finally caught him. Oh, and if you really want to know, Vic, why don't you? I'd like it if you'd lick my nuts and look up at me and go, tell me more about the capture. Hey, why don't you, Vic?
I don't know. I like walnuts. I like walnuts better than chestnuts.
I love you, Vic.
Well, I love you too.
I wish we were in like a ditch in the Civil War together. And even better, we're on different sides, but we look at each other in our different uniform and stare at each other like, I should stab you, I should kill you. But instead, we reach out and suck each other's tongues. Oh, yeah.
Well, I wonder how many times that happened.
122. I would think at least that. How did we get there? There was a reason. There's something that. Oh my God. Why did you say that? No, it's like, I don't know whether you were hearing shit or not, but I peed in my kitchen sink to not interrupt us. And by you saying, fireball, I reached down there with this little pint of fireball. And the only reason I bought it was because there was going to be a meow thing. This is dead. But it's too late. And it was ruined. Yeah, it's exactly like that, in the sense that came through here several times. Some that weren't necessarily on their side. And he had a great sense of humor. Just that the other. But boy, was he have a look of death on him. I never saw him without a look of death. And, you could say this, you could say that. And of course, you feel like a fool because the way you drink and all that. And as much as I drink, or appear to drink, tonight 8 days is the last time I drink. And it's like, nobody can drink like he did. You can't. And he proves that. Wow. It was,
well, the last time I got drunk, I fell in love.
Did you fall in love with a Negro?
Well, they might as well been. I mean, but that doesn't really matter so much. It's when I sobered up, I knew I made a mistake.
Did your dick suffer any problems and scars?
I didn't have no casualties there, but understand over the telephone with the person when they called me drunk. Started talking, they knew I was drunk. Never confess to anybody that you're falling in love with them while you're drunk. Because when you sober up, you'll think different.
Just then, I tasted this new drink I just made, and because of what you were saying, and because I was peeling this thing, and because it was in it, it was this tiny pint of Fireball that I bought to do those alleged bogus, ruined, greedy, advertised for clout and never done things about me out. And I just poured a little bit into this, and I've been drinking hours, and I should be killed. But that's the first taste of it. Was see, I could never get on anyone. It was childish to me, like Fireball or Corona. But anyway, a smidge in Black Velvet. It's really good. So look how long that took me to say. It was like, but I'm saying is like, time went by and then I took a drink of it. And it's
It's been a while since I've had a drink. It's been a while.
how long has it been since you fingered your own ass?
Do what now?
How long has it been since you fingered your own ass? Vic?
Oh, I don't think I've done that. However, Gomez tried it a few times. So you can put it up, though.
Oh, Christ. I swear to you, I meant to look this up. I think I was hallucinating, but it was real. On some obscure radio station while I was driving. I swear to God, it was like all banjo and shit like that. And damn it, I meant to look this up for you. But anyway, I think they said the song was called Javelina Breakdown or something like that. And I meant to look it up the minute I got home, but I forgot. Now it's your job.
Well, javelinas, they're voyeurs. They like to watch. And they got bad eyesight, so they'll have to come up closer to see you.
You can hear me?
Yeah, they look just like pigs, but they have 3 little toes on them. They don't have hooves. They got tucked.
Love you, brother.
Please leave your message for
Vic, is that you?
It's me.
Did you hang up on me because you find me fat and smelly and unattractive?
No. I didn't do that. I don't know what happened. I didn't hang up.
Oh, here it starts again with the spam risk. It's Hebrew or somebody like that, just fucking it up for no reason.
No, it wasn't me.
I know that. I know. I'm telling you that I'm getting nonstop notifications of spam risk thing nonstop, and it's going to cut us off. And it won't. It's like a flood coming in, or something like we won't even have the chance to lick each other's nipples before it tears us asunder.
Well, they can't tear us apart. Hooked at the hilts.
Yeah, but even in just this segment right here, there's like 30 spam calls. And still there, it adds up.
Well, when I get those kind of calls, I just block them. I put them on the block list so that way they can't interrupt my life.
Yeah, but at the exact minute, it went away. If I once had a girl. Hey, Vic, would you like to go back in time and be a beetle with me?
Yeah, what kind of beetle?
Well, nobody wants to be Ringo. So we got to figure out who's going to be George or John or Paul.
Well, I could be any one of them.
I guess the girls always were crazy about Paul.
Yeah, Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney and Wings. I remember them.
Stuck inside these four bones. Sent inside forever. My God, this
one-hit wonder. Back in those days, would you like to be? Back in the 70s. A one-hit wonder.
How about my baby? I bet you the better. Just mercy, mercy.
You know who I would be? Who I'd like to be? 10cc. Do you remember 10cc?
Yeah, I forget their song.
I'm not in love.
Oh God, it was so boring. You should be killed.
And they made history. They did something that no other artist did. There's a documentary of how they came up with that song. There's two different versions. A lot of people never heard the original version. They heard the one that they put out. That wasn't the original.
Yeah, whatever. Like, hey, Vic, if I came to Atlanta and I scouted out like an abandoned field, would you mind coming to meet me there in blackface?
Yeah, I can do that. You want me to wear the assless chaps or the chaps that don't have the assless in it?
It's got to be the assless chaps, but the ass should also be heavily and blackened.
Yeah.
And I feel that I just feel that when we should be, there should be like a spotlight on each of us as we approach each other, and that we would sing to each other the theme from Maud, like Lady Godiva was a freedom rider. She didn't care if the whole world could.
Yeah, we can do that. But if we're going to do it in a cemetery, I have to wear a black veil.
And what I think would be best is like that we have like AKs hanging off each of us. And
no.
No,
No, you get a shot. Well, no, we get shot definitely with AK.
well, that's the point. That's the whole point to me was that we have these AKs, and that we only shoot, 16 people or something in front of us at some fair, and then they come in and they kill us. But we should really have like heavily caped clown makeup. Like that molester, the clown from Georgia.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, we should have that kind of thing when we go crazy for no reason on public. Like bashing a little 10-year-old girl.
Right. Well, we can walk in there like we're hunting them down. I know right where that is.
So, Vic, you're in the relative region. Did you ever? No, wait. I guess it happened in LA. Did you help clown molest children?
No, hell no. That wasn't me.
Yeah, I saw him now. I do have to.
If I'd have known that, I would have been in the newspaper for killing them.
It's disgusting. And the fact that, like Ed's dead, and they still want to go on about comparisons. It's like, it's every case is separate. And Clown's case is horrible.
Oh yeah.
Horrible.
See, this is the thing about people like that. Okay, you look at their actions and you look at the things they say, and that'll tell you basically what type of person that is. Picking on females, and one of them in particular, he thought it was really fun. And, it's one thing to have a disagreement and say something and then just leave it at that. But every time he seen that person, he would go after him. He would keep going after him, and he would keep going after him. That is what I'm talking about. And there's other people in this community exactly with this same type of personality.
But Vic, there is a preponderance of people that say you should perhaps go fuck yourself.
Well, if my dick was long enough, I probably would. I should have a GoFundMe to get a dick extension.
Yes.
And then I could fuck myself and send them the video to make them jealous.
I wish you would do this so that I could follow down that path. You know, I always did want to fuck myself. I tried, you know. But it wasn't. It wasn't gonna
Well,
go.
you know, if you're a morphodite, you probably fuck yourself. The question is, would you get pregnant? I've always wondered that about morphodites. You know, they can impregnate themselves.
Oh, wow. Oh, I wish I. You know, is there any reason, any real reason why I couldn't just go grab a big serrated knife and make myself into a big burly woman right now? Should I do that for views? Would that be best?
No, you shouldn't do it just for the views. Everybody else is doing crazy shit for the views. Do something unique.
Yeah, but come on. Slices you do. Like, my name is Ann. Ann from now on.
Ann.
And I'm pissed. I'm Vic's ex-wife. And he owes me a lot of money. My name's Ann. And I'm passed it out for the lack of blood.
Go get married.
Do what now?
If we ever meet, you know, we can dress up and we can go to the nearest chapel and we can get married. And do a live video. See, we're being different from them, and we would get a lot of views. There would be a lot of people that would like to be at our ceremony.
I think we'd have to go from here. We would have to go to at least Nevada to do it.
Well, yeah, we can do that. I know a nice little chapel in Las Vegas. I stayed right across the street from one of them. Yeah. I even went over there, knocked on the door, and a man come out, and I asked him if I could see the chapel, and he said, yeah. I went in, looked at it, and thought it was cool. And so I just left. I tried to get one of the hookers on the side street to go in there and act like we was getting married for some content, but I couldn't find a good-looking one. Not that they all didn't have teeth.
I remember one time on a funeral in San Antonio, me and this guy, big fat but funny guy, embalmer, etc. Joe Ballesteros was his name. We were pushing in a casket in a public thing, like to the church or something where they didn't arrange for, you know, pallbearers. And so everybody, you know, the whole family's up there, and we're pushing it on. I'm like, going to the chapel, and we're gonna get married. And he was like, stop it.
Well, we can actually do that. We can go to the chapel and we can get married.
That really happened. That was at just another funeral. I would like it if we could get married at a funeral.
Well, we could probably arrange that.
So people, you know, like, you know, 60-year-old girls with like outrageous cuts in their ears and nose clippings, you know, together. And it fits good with Uncle Roger's funeral, that we also bring into life the love of Vic and Corfax, who will be rubbing their dicks together later tonight. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'd be bumping bats.
Feel the night fever. Oh,
Yeah, that was a good song. I like that one.
In retrospect, at the time, it was like, oh my God, like I can't hear that song again. Which is what killed the Bee Gees, by the way. You know what I mean? They had like 3 careers, if you remember. You know what I mean? Like they were little boys. Then they were, doing a bunch of ballads. But even being on death row. We could never see tomorrow. No. And then the disco era. And it killed them like every, so many. What was this? Why am I saying that? What, Vic,
I don't know.
why are you harming me? Why are you touching me this way?
Well, I've had something like that happen to me one time. Well, actually a couple times, but it was with the same person. And the next day they called me up, want to get back together, and after the second time I said, oh, no.
No.
I mean, right out of clear blue, what are you doing? I'm like, well, you called me over here.
Hey, Vic, I've just noticed a late coming diddly-do here from Crossroads who wants to push your face down in sludge and kill you, perhaps, because she's saying all Japs are assless.
Well, that's true. But, I could sew a little butt flap on there also. Where you have to put a quarter in for.
Holy crap, 23 messages. Bitter. Drunk.
Please leave your message for 40.
Let's do it again. Yeah, bye. Hello. Vic, it's somebody is interfering with 23 calls in a minute. to keep us from licking each other's nipples or sucking each other's cocks?
I think they're jealous.
Well, what else? What could the possible answer be? You know?
I don't know, but I just hit the block button so that way they can't call you.
Yeah, I just did, and you know, it was 23 calls on that number. Fuck you, nigger. Vic, I don't need your opinion. I know. This is not the first time it's happened. It ain't my first rodeo. Why? You know, I'd like to fucking sleep with you in the desert tonight.
Yeah, listening to Blue Oyster Cult.
Ooh. I did indeed several times earlier before I got this mash drunk so that I would end up talking to a retard like you.
Well, that's very encouraging.
Well, you know I'm better than you in every way, don't you?
Well, yeah.
Oh my God. Couldn't we be in a prison cell together in tidy whities and without a word or knowing like what each other feels? We, you know, like I'm on the top bunk, but I'm down on the floor, and you push your covers aside. You're hard as a rock in tidy whities, and so am I. And I lay on you, and I push my cock up into your tidy white underwear, and we rub. And then more happens. Is that some right?
You'd have to have some cherry Kool-Aid or strawberry Kool-Aid.
I love you, Vic. Want you, need you.
Well, you never know. Your wish might come true one day. I'm speechless.
I do enjoy you a lot, but I also enjoy having you just dropped off in the middle of the desert. You're all tied up there. I could just beat you. With like one of those baseball bats that's like a novelty bat to give out. Some they used to give out sometimes.
All right, you can tie me up to a cactus.
You know, for hypothetically, for entertainment purposes only, I could probably help JT Colfax get that wish of actually getting Vic tied up in the desert. But it would it'd be more that he would be tied up to a saguaro cactus with honey put on him. And you wouldn't have to beat him up. Just kind of kick back, about 100 yards away, kick back, set of binoculars, and watch the ants and the animals have their way with him. Since he likes to have his way with animals, I think it'd be more entertaining to see the animals have their way with him. Hypothetically, out of entertainment purposes only.
You tie me up to a cactus, and then when you get done, you just spread honey all over me, and
Yep.
let the ants eat it off of me.
See, and I actually told him about that. See, I haven't even listened to this yet. See, that's him regurgitating things that I've said, because that's kind of what I wanted to do to Predward.
Oh, Rick. You know, would you, if Sam gives the money, would you like to be my first total embalming, a homemade embalming? I know the general
homemade embalming
thing of what to do. You know, I mean, these are kind of pump that I won't have because of what they have at the mortuary is some water. But I think I could embalm you good. I'd like to do it.
Where's the drunk necrophile coming out from this piece of shit?
Alive.
Well, I preferably wouldn't want you to do it while I was alive, but if I'm dead, I would have no say so. So, yeah, you can do it, but I do have one last wish.
You want me to rub my penis against yours as you're dying? Oh, no. What was it?
Well, you can do that while I'm dying, but once I'm dead, you can cut off one of my appendages and put it into a glass jar, so that way you can look at what you had.
From what I've had and what I've lost.
That's only an hour in. This video is 3 hours and 45 minutes long. I don't want to listen anymore. These sick fucks. Anyways, I think I'll play some music, get out of here. What's this? Lisa put something up.
What have I lied about you?
You said that you heard that I said that I said that Tiffany said that James D did horrible things. No, that's pretty disgusting. That's what you said. No, I didn't. Go prove it. Prove it. You're a liar. You are a liar, and you're not even welcome. Pull up the clip right now.
James D.
Pull it up. Pull it up. Do it. Go do it. What Slav is doing to James. Now we're going to talk about this, Tretch. We're going to lay it down.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I had thought about I wanted to mention that and it slipped my mind.
Well,
yeah, Tacos is the biggest goddamn gaslighter I've ever seen on YouTube.
Here's what happened. A lot of things have come out about Tiffany. So I'm wondering maybe she's trying to defeat my new channel or whatever. Because, she's gone. I just wanted to make that clear that I didn't call James. I didn't say he might have left my ass. Here's what she's doing to James. Here's what Colleen, Auto Pro Car, is doing to James. She invites him up on the train, knowing that, yeah, we're going to tell the class. She ain't telling James that Tiffany said this years ago. Years ago, Tiffany and James hooked up. And he took a picture of Tiffany laying on his chest. Tiffany got pissed off. This happened in 1955. So what happened was Tiffany compared this as her being raped.
Well, all we have to do is agree to disagree on this one.
I don't even talk to you. Well, it must be in writing then, right? Or did somebody share a recording with you? Where did you hear this? You're a liar.
You told James D on his own panel.
It was a figure of speech. Hey, wait a minute. This dude took a picture of me. He raped me. It was a figure of speech. In other words, her privacy was violated. You know, why would I want to converse with an abuser? Because that's what you are, and a liar.
I'm an abuser and a...
Wow. That's amazing.
liar did not lie. Who did I abuse?
The last few minutes of this just came through.
I met some good people by that. You know, it's not that I hate you. I just want you to leave me alone. And you need to practice what you preach.
Oh.
Because, see, you say I'm anti-doxing, but yet you hang out with some of the biggest well-known doxters in the community. You might as well be one too. And when your number rolls up and you're in that crowd, don't get mad. Don't get mad. I mean, it's just like a bank robber. You could be in the back seat. You didn't even rob the bank, but you're in the fucking back seat. They robbed that bank and you get caught up the street. The two people in the front seat was the one that robbed the bank. You're included also in that. The same difference. So I expect you to stop texting me. Because if you keep doing it, I will put the...
Hey, Spam Ton, if you hear this or listening, if you do what you did to me to Vic, all that spam text and everything, all will be forgiven. Want to see him trip out.
Text out tonight. And I really should put out the one text where you're threatening me. Okay? I don't play like that. You won't threaten me, you better do it.
Oh.
Don't talk about it. Just do it.
Uh-huh.
Now, out of all these people that I call their names out, one of them I really do like, even though a lot of shit happened between her and I still have respect for the lady. I still have respect for her. Looking back, I can understand. It's Bobby Joe. Okay, understand now. I can see how easy it's caught up, people can get caught up in some bullshit. And then it's too fucking late. You already got your hands in the dirt and you can't get the dirt off your hands. That's not a good feeling, be kind. You try to play me and tell me, oh, I don't hang out with those people. They're not my friends. I don't have no friends here. Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do. So I'm going to tell you one last time, be kind. Don't text me no more.
But he doesn't mind his
phone
number being out there.
Out. And I'm going to redact your telephone number. Show you that I'm serious about putting these texts out. You need to leave me the fuck alone. I can do it one or two ways. I can put out all the text. Or I can put out some of the text. If you got text from me, be kind, you better save them and put them out. Because I will start calling you out. Well, I'm pissed off is you lied to me. Straight out lied to me. Not once, but many motherfucking times, lady. That's part of your character. part of your character. Look at NTL. Every time she opens her lips, she's fucking lying about something. Or she's hallucinating about something. I think it's the drugs that's doing that to her. I'm pretty sure it is. A lot of people say, oh, Vic is on drugs. No, I'm not on drugs. I'd love to take a drug test right now. To show every-
He sure seems like he needs that meth as much weed as he smoked. Like he was substituting.
Every one of you, Vic is not on drugs. Vic is sober. I might have THC in my system. Heroin, crack, meth, I don't have any of that. Benzos, I don't have any of that in my system.
It sure fucked him up, though. Fucked him up real good.
You can't use that. So, be kind. You better reflect back on your screen name and start being kind to people. Leave people alone. I'm leaving people alone.
Right. Like we just heard him and JT, right?
And I'm not screwing around. I'm not up in all these chats stirring the pot, you know, to make this one look good or make this one look bad. But the truth is a fucking truth. And don't sit there and act like you're a victim when you are not a victim. You take that and you run with that and you think about what I said.
What a frickin' LARPing ass loser. Lying, coping, projecting. Dang, it's gotta suck to live a life like that. Here, let's get back to this.
Pull up the
You
clip
said
right
that
now.
to James D.
Pull it up. Do it. Go do it.
Oh, it's funny how Tacos and Vic became buddies.
What Tacos Slob is doing to James. Now we're going to talk about this, Stretch. We're going to lay it down.
Oh yeah,
Lay it down.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I had thought about I wanted to mention that and it slipped my mind. Yeah, Tacos is the biggest goddamn gaslighter I've ever seen on YouTube.
Here's what happened. A lot of things have come out about Tiffany. So I'm wondering, maybe she's trying to team on your channel or whatever. Says, oh, he's on. Let's build it. I just wanted to make that clear that I didn't call James. I didn't say, or he might have left my ass. Here's what she's doing to James. Here's what Colleen, Auto Car is doing to James. She invites him up on the train, knowing that, yeah, we're going to tell the class. She ain't telling James that Tiffany said this years ago. Years ago, Tiffany and James hooked up. And he took a picture of Tiffany laying on his chest. Tiffany got pissed off. This happened in 1955. So what happened was Tiffany compared this as her being raped.
Well, all we have to do is agree to disagree on this one.
I don't even talk to you. Well, it must be in writing then, right? Or did somebody share a recording with you? Where did you hear this? You're a liar.
You told James D on his own panel.
It was a figure of speech. Hey, wait a minute. This dude took a picture of me. He raped me. It was a figure of speech. In other words, her privacy was violated. You know, why would I want to converse with an abuser? Because that's what you are, and a liar.
I'm an abuser and a liar. I did not lie. Who did I abuse?
Go show it. You're lying again. So what happened was, this chick comes up on here, Katie, saying, I'm done with this. I'm going to be 50 years old. I don't want nothing to do with Tiffany. But James, I want you to know that she's saying she's raping you. First you lied by saying I said that, and now you're lying again. And every time you say it, you're lying again.
You said that on James D's channel. Ask James D.
No, I
Ask James D. I remember, what did he say when you asked him?
He's a fucking liar too. And then here comes Tracy, UK Tracy, saying, hey, wait a minute, James, this was done years ago. We got over this. But here is Colleen Coke Bottle Coke Card gaslighting James, making him believe that this just took place a week ago.
I'm not mad at you that you're lying.
That
I mean, I'll call you out on
I'm
it.
the liar on my own channel when you're the liar.
No, I didn't call you lying. I didn't call you a liar. I said you're lying.
You're the liar. I don't have time for your shizzle. Get the fuck out of here. Don't come back. You see what I'm saying, Church? She's sneaky as fuck. Let's see what he's got to say about it.
Shit was posted a while back, and Tacos is trying to make it fresh. That's what she does.
I'll be anything for you.
To make it love. Quit to make it love.
I don't have
Quit to make it love. Quit to make it love.
Twitch. How do I ban you from the studio?
Oh, cool. That's what she does.
Better watch your ass, little Mac. Gonna find out how to get fucking attached. The only fucking chance that's so in the past. Get dominated to get don't talk back. You're gonna know when the shit goes south. Oh, yeah, yeah. This is Mike Tyson's punch a bitch out. It's like flamingo and fall like King Hippo. In the ring, there is nowhere to go. It's a life for the uppercut punch. Before a big tiger eats you for lunch. You're gonna know when the shit goes south. Oh, yeah, yeah. This is Mike Tyson's knock a bitch out. Only ever safe in his immediate space. Caught by a hook and you're down on your fucking face. Fights always on in the gym. Oh yeah. Monsters don't age the same as men. You're gonna know when the shit goes south. Oh yeah, yeah. This is Mike Tyson's knock a bitch out. Oh yeah, bitch. You're gonna know when the shit goes out. Oh yeah, yeah, bitch. You're just Mike Tyson's knock a bitch out. Oh yeah, he eats bitch for breakfast. Oh yeah, he eats bitch for lunch. Oh yeah, he eats 4 square meals on bitch a day, son. Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Make some videos about Malibu, some other stupid fucking shit. Nobody gives a fuck about you, and the people that do give a fuck about you ain't nothing but a bunch of zombies like you. Like your Trailer Park News girlfriend who goes and sees fucking pedophiles and has conjugal visits with them because she's into some really fucking sick shit. And it kind of makes sense. She is a gross bitch. I wouldn't fucking piss on with your fucking dick. and you're fucking fiddling with that. Oh, you deserve each other. You're both fucked up. That's the kind of people that you want to hang out with. Who gives a fuck about you and your shit? You're so fucking dumb.
About you, Clovis.
This between you and I, Toast, she scares me.
Well, you can ask Clovis here. I get scary.
I mean, this, you know, this is some serious shit. This, and all joking aside, we are taught, you know, I was wondering why these people were attacking us for exposing the child porn ring for AXJ. Now I know. Now I know why. Because they're part of it. Of course they don't want us exposing it, because we'd be exposing them. We'd be shutting that down, their pipeline to the filth, the pipeline to the children whose pictures they were using. I don't know if people realize how serious this is. It's real serious.
That's why we're having it. That's why we're broadcasting it tonight. Lines are open. Spitfire, I sent you the link in our mod private chat. If you want, you can come in here and join us. So I think he is, and I haven't seen him type in chat since.
It's on. I am so going after him. I am so not going to stop. And I'm going to use every breath of my body and every means that I have to make sure that son of a bitch is not on this YouTube no more. And if I can, I'll get him locked up. I'm going to give you a little bit of firepower. That's how.
I wonder why Clovis was going around and yelling about the cyber molestation that was happening to her, but likes what Vic has to say about me. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, she's here trying to call Monograph the P word. Doesn't get the hand slap from Monograph like Monograph gave to Rakita Law for the same thing. Isn't that interesting?
Good I am. You ready to play my game? My little girl has a page on Facebook called Tribute to LEOs Nationwide. Go on there and do something. I fucking beg you to. It's on. I cannot be any more pissed and upset and mad as I am right now. And Spitfire, I bet you didn't even know you had someone like this on your side. It's on.
Oh,
and I'm not going to stop.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stay awake at nights wondering what I can do to get you to stop. I am your worst nightmare. And believe me, when I wake up in the mornings, I scare the shitting hell out of myself. So, buddy, believe me, I'm coming at you. Let's play ball. My court. My rules. I'm going to win. You done screwed up too much now. Oh, did you not tell me in that message?
Later on, Clovis admits that Monograph totally rolled her for this. This was back in 2016. We got another clip lined up after this, a little bit later on. We're going to be going for a while.
In your little comments down on your page, on your video, you ain't seen nothing yet? Watch me. You have not seen nothing yet. I am pissed off. And I can't even calm myself down right now. So you can imagine the things I'm going to do. Tomorrow I make calls. Tomorrow I make plans. I'm taking you on. I'm calling you out in front of the whole world. You are my bitch. Let's play. What toast?
Little buddy. Wee, I'm a sadfish. I'm a loser, larking loser that got exposed as a muffin man. The Muffin Man? Thomas the Muffin Man.
Jilly came back to say something I don't even understand. Wait. I came back to say, crack whore, cum dumpster, old, desperate, has been. Okay, now I'm going. Well, you can take your cum dump.
This is a video from the panel channel. What do we got titled here? Angela G enlists JT Colfax to shield her from the destruction of Jilly Fisher. On panel, Locksmith, Spamsula G, JT Colfax, and Predward, CP Ed.
Then dump it up your ass, Jilly.
Man, Jilly, you're losing friends.
She's jealous. That's her problem. She's jealous of all women. I don't get it. Like, don't be jealous
I actually think there's some women jealous of her. Just saying.
of nothing.
Jilly wants a
Nothing.
link.
Oh, there
I'm
it
not
is,
gonna
the
let my
nothing. And then Predward jumps
She's
in.
jealous. That's her problem. She's jealous of all women. I don't get it. Like, don't be jealous of nothing.
Jilly wants a link. I'm not gonna let my friend, Angela get like. Damn, Angela, you want Jilly to come up and you guys have a conversation?
Oh, come on. It's not an ambush. She asked for a
If you bring her up here, I'm going to tell her exactly what I think, Edward.
Well, okay, that's well.
Here we go. Get a little fuckery going. Let's go. If a cat fight happens, then that means I don't get any attention.
I think you should sing through the whole thing, JT. Just sing loudly.
There is the whole thing's over.
I don't know what Jilly's problem is with everybody.
She's been having issues with
I
women.
know. Yeah, I've noticed.
And we're all sick of it. And I've seen what she has said, totally out of line.
How is Angela being fake?
Yeah, I'm not a fake person. I've just tried to keep my composure with you and be nice, but that's over now. Even when she comes in here, I want you to just sing. Yeah. No, Cat Eyes.
No.
She needs to sing through the whole thing.
No, I agree with Cat Eyes.
What?
When have you been passive aggressive?
I don't know. Edward, I don't know. I don't
I
know.
can just tell Chili's a freak in the bedroom. I can sushi cat with a win.
I'm sure.
Go ahead,
Go
Cat.
for it, meow. Go get her.
She likes a man in uniform though, so we have to dress up as
Just dress up. Play the fetish game. She'll like it. Morsels of attention.
Marshallist hangs out in you. He's here when I'm live sometimes.
Who ran them off? Nobody's got the hots for the Marshallist. You can have them, Jilly. It's okay. Cat Eyes.
What you talking about?
I know. I don't want him to mute. I want him to sing and talk through the whole thing.
Who on this side shits on the Marshallist? Nobody.
That's
Fucking
funny.
Fisher. Nobody over here has an issue with the Marshallist. But you guys shit with a bunch of us.
I've never seen anybody like in here rude to the Marshallist or nothing. I've never seen that happen. I mean, unless I've missed something, I don't know, but I've not seen that happen.
I've never had an issue with him except that one time on a panel.
How are we making you wrong? It's the truth. I never trash Marshallist. Nobody in here has ever trashed Marshallist.
I don't even know the dude, so I wouldn't trash
I
him.
quite like the Marshallist. That's the thing, NWO. I don't give a fuck about views. I don't give a fuck if views will skyrocket. If Chili comes up, I'll probably just to. Everyone loves to pretend to hate you. I don't hate you, Chili. But I mean, it's. I don't know. You've been consistently attacking women like everywhere you go, and I don't get why that is.
Condescension. More of Angela's condescension. What it is.
Well, here she
What
is.
it is. What it is. What it is.
Hey, I'm wasted off my Nevermore brand vodka that apparently I drink all the time, so I thought I'd come up.
You said you were alcoholic.
NTF is constantly saying that I'm drunk, that I'm drinking liquor when it's obviously water. It's just all these stupid things from multiple women that it's just dumb. If they don't deserve it, then I wouldn't do it. I don't understand what's so funny about me coming up and saying that someone said that I was an alcoholic, Angela. I mean,
That's what you came up here to say, that someone said you were an alcoholic.
See, this is what I mean. That's exactly what I meant. This condescension, this fucking stupidity coming from you. Why the fuck should I care about your feelings?
Don't care. Don't. I don't want you to fucking care.
Okay, so then I can be as much of a bitch as I want, correct?
Do whatever you're gonna do, because you've already done been a bitch.
Yeah. I'm gonna continue.
Do it. I know you are.
So are you gonna let me do it in peace, or are you gonna bitch and whine thinking that you can change my behaviors?
No, you're just not gonna have anybody to hang out with if you keep fucking acting like that to everybody.
Well, I'll go one by one, getting banned in chats until that day comes.
That's what's gonna happen then, I guess.
It's gonna be fun to see how long it takes.
It's a game. Yeah, I know. It's a game.
Life is a game.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Go, Jilly. Tell everybody how it is.
No, I think that's your job, isn't it?
No. Nope.
I just don't see the point.
I think you're jealous of people is what it is.
Okay.
I don't understand it. There's no reason to be jealous about
You're right,
anybody.
there's not.
Not at all.
It's not jealousy.
But you're constantly going at women, and we don't understand.
So, are you jealous of the strippers that you were shit talking earlier? Like, what the fuck is the point of that?
Jealous?
Yeah, you're jealous of the strippers because you're punching down when you're making fun of drug addict strippers that you saw with your friends and you were sitting in the corner shit talking them.
With my friends?
Any different? Those were complete strangers, and
Yep.
these people are people
And I
who are
laughed,
just
yes.
little shitwads
Yes.
in
I
chat
laughed, yes.
and on panel.
So what? I laughed,
Yeah.
yes.
But it's a
Yes.
hypocritical thing that you're talking about here.
That's not hypocritical. I
Yes, it
said
is.
what I felt about it. I went to a strip club. All the chicks were ugly. They had no boobs, no butt. They were skinny, bony, and they couldn't do anything. And my sister and I fucking laughed. We had a beer and we left. If you have a problem with that, oh well.
Maybe you should look to NTF and see how drug addict sex workers behave.
See, this
Because,
is why right here.
You're shit talking the same kind of
You're
person.
telling her she's a,
Treating her like
I was
your mother,
watching
like a
strip
your
dancers.
mother. And you shit talk these same kind of people in her chat, bragging about it. It's kind of fucked up.
When has, well, maybe I'm a fucked up person. Oh well, Julie, deal with it.
Well, then stop acting like a moral authority.
No, I'm not moral authority at all. My morals are gone, bitch.
Doesn't seem like they're already there.
Yeah, no, they're gone.
Stories.
They're gone. And I can tell my stories and I can laugh when I want to.
That's true.
And NTF isn't doing that. You're making that up.
I literally saw her shaking her non-existent ass on a video. I mean,
on a video, that's a little different than going and, you know, I mean, like if you're a good stripper and your body's hot and all that, right on. More power to you. I'm not against any of that.
So do you understand that most sex workers who are in that kind of position who are generally unattractive are that way because of their drug habits?
You're judging and assuming now, see? And you were saying I was being that way? Who's doing that? You are. You're making accusations against somebody that you do not even know.
Okay.
So because somebody showed her
You're
ass
making an
online,
accusation
that
about me
makes
being
her
jealous,
be
though,
something
for, like,
else.
nothing. You can't even tell me why I'm jealous. It's just the fact that I'm coming at women.
Are you jealous? You're not. You didn't show your ass or something, or maybe your ass is better than yours. Is that what your problem is?
Oh my God! Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I'm not about to put
Maybe
pictures
that's
of my
your
ass
issue.
online.
Maybe you saw her ass and you totally got jealous, and that's why you go at her all the fucking time.
No, it's because
You're like, damn, I wish I had an ass like that.
I don't like Jilly. Oh wait, I mean, like she always does. She can't fucking
don't have
say
to like
anything
you.
with conviction.
She don't have
That's
to
my
like you.
problem with her. She acts like she's like in this gang, and it's like if
A
you
gang?
fucking acted like that, what
Now
the
she
fuck
acts
were
like
you
she's in
doing?
a gang. What gang?
The gang of whores, apparently. I don't
That's so dumb. A gang of whores.
The gang of whores, the OTF,
It's dumb.
Yeah, it is dumb. You guys are all fucking ridiculous, thinking that you're so much tougher than you are, and it's like she's gonna
I never
wreck
claimed
me
to
over
be
the
tough.
internet.
Never
She's
said
wrecking
that.
me over the internet.
We
Like,
just see how you're treating people and what you said to her in her chat room today about some welfare, her kids and men and all that shit. That's fucking
weird. So then you're gonna say, oh my God, come fight me, come fight me.
What?
That's what she said. Oh, it's so funny that I made a voice. Oh wow.
You've got issues. That's all I gotta say. You've got issues.
I don't have issues.
You do. You have issues. You should get over yourself, and then people wouldn't be talking to you like this.
Wait, if I'm jealous because I'm insecure, now I need to get over myself?
Yeah, you need to get over yourself. You do. Yeah.
Also, you do.
Oh,
You should be
no.
killed, and Mitch Richmond should be blamed for it. Yeah.
We're gonna blame Mitch.
It's just like you're not even like listening or trying to understand where this jealousy is coming from. Maybe if we had a little talk about it, I could understand myself.
You know, I don't even care. I don't care at this point where your jealousy comes from.
I have heard a word of it.
But you're the one who wanted me to come up so
It's
bad.
awful. It's terrible. Nobody.
No, I didn't.
It's head clucking.
You were begging.
No, I was not
Kill,
begging.
kill, kill.
Your mouth was foaming.
Oh,
You
okay.
were rabid, waiting for me.
Rabid. I was rabid.
You were. You are. You can't contain yourself.
Nope. I'm just freaking out over here,
Yeah,
wanting
you're
Jilly to
bugging
get
out.
up here so bad. I was just fucking foaming and ravaging and losing my shit, waiting for.
Desperate any bit of attention.
I don't need attention, Jilly.
Oh, you do. You need my attention.
No, I don't need your attention at all. I think you're disgusting. I think you're cruel. And I think you have fucking issues with women.
Listen, shut up, cat eyes. Never felt so low self-esteem for you in my life.
Speaking of low self-esteem, I'm bubbling with jealousy at the current moment.
Screechy, 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 screechy. I can't even understand the words.
Is this better, JT? Can you hear me now? Does this decibel register better in your ears?
Angela won this round. She showed her pussy.
Yep, that's right.
All right, I'm going to come back.
Mitch, don't try to explain anything to these people. I think they have an IQ of 12 between all of them.
Oh,
Rage quit.
what happened to JT? Did he rage quit?
He rage quit.
Fuck.
Too much estrogen on him.
Oh,
Oh wait,
yeah.
sorry, I can't say that even though I'm a woman because I have such a problem with them.
Oh, Jilly. Whack job.
I mean, I'm jealous, I'm crazy. Do you think this might be projection? If we're gonna play therapist here, I think I'm the one who's more qualified.
No, I just have a hard time dealing with people like you. That's all.
Yeah, same, which is why I keep trying to correct a guy's behaviors, but
You're not
so
correcting
sensitive.
shit.
Yeah.
You're not
No,
correcting
I
shit.
am. I'm
No, you're
breaking
not.
your cordial and nice veneer to expose
No, you're not.
the reality underneath.
You're not breaking shit. You don't have that capability on me.
I
None.
would beg to differ. This is evidence to the
Evidence?
contrary.
This is evidence?
Yes.
This
It
is
is.
evidence.
Not legal evidence to present in a courtroom, but no, it's evidence to the contrary that I was right, you're wrong.
That's funny.
Your veneer is cracked.
Oh, yes. Cracked. Cracked.
Cracked, pun intended.
You must have not have heard me pissed before, because this ain't breaking nothing.
It's not that you're angry, it's just that you're not being fake.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a fake person, but you can believe what you want. I don't care.
Well, being nice to somebody's face and then like talking shit behind their back, that's not fake.
How's this behind their back? This is right here.
This is what I'm talking about. Your veneer has cracked. Here, now. You're finally letting
I've been
your
on
true
panels
emotions out
before.
to me about me, and that's what
I've
I want.
said it. I've said it in front of you.
Mm.
With the last things I just saw you say to NTF, that was it.
Well, who could really care? It's the fucking internet.
Okay, well, if that's the way you're going to be to people, and then you wonder why people aren't liking you, well, this is why.
Why? You really think that I said all that shit and then
You
I'm like,
did.
oh dear Lord,
You
what
did.
is wrong? Why don't these people like? No, I'm not.
So you're
I'm
doing it on
fucking
purpose.
retarded.
You're doing it on purpose.
You say mean things, people aren't gonna like it. It's pretty simple.
Correct. So you're doing it on purpose.
I am doing. Yes, I am in control of my thoughts and what I say. I would hope the same for others, but apparently that's not the case.
I think there's people in your basement, Edward.
See, there's always a logical explanation.
Let that sink in for a second. Children. Baby. It could be your child. It could be your grandchild. He likes children.
He's a very sick man.
Well, I'm gonna post in the room where his video is, where he went off on Mike and Spitfire now. And go read the comment section. And you'll see. I did not back down. I was quite nice compared to what I put on the show. And all he can do is say, I'm banned. Really? Is that all the fight he's got? I thought I was going to get a bigger fight than that. I'm telling you, I studied his videos. He's a wee little man. And you're right. But not one person in that room, in that comment section, came to his aid. Not one. And he came to me as, I'm your ghost.
Yeah, that's what he came to me as today too. He doesn't. It's funny because he doesn't hide his identity. He doesn't really try to hide, who he is. But I think that when you're not paying attention, you don't even realize that he has so many altered. And I think with the term that even he coined years ago, and I'm seeing this from Chief Randy, he gets sock puppet accounts. And this is something that he's the vocabulary that he's using, the vernacular that he's using. So, I did post up in the room the names that he goes by, and there are others. And I'll be putting up those soon too. Because we need to have people be aware of who they're following on YouTube. We really do.
Well, not just that, but he also has, and my kids today, where I write it down at, 2 chicks that want to get involved with helping him out. He calls upon. What was he said their names were? Weren't you listening? You're sleeping. Never mind, forget it. I heard him snoring, is how I know that. I had to call him on the cell phone. Jenny Girl and Possum.
Yeah, Jenny Girl and Possum. Yes, those are his 2. Those are his harem. Those are 2 of the girls that would lick his feet, I think, for him. Well, guess what? You're just as sick and twisted as far as I'm concerned.
And how old are these girls exactly?
They're older. They know better. They know better. I think they're a little bit too old for him personally. He likes them young, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it more fun. Real talk.
Yeah. They're adult. They're adult.
He said he was going to put a DMCA action out on Spitfire. No, he can't. No, he can't.
You know what I find interesting about this clip is, once again, this is from like 2016, is that they said that they were going to hold Monograph accountable. Oh, people should know who they're watching, right? It's kind of like the same thing that Vic said about Predward. He was going to slap Predward around till the day he dies. But it's just kind of a showboating method. Make it look like people aren't working together. Once again, Clovis and this crew didn't get slapped for what they're doing right here the same way Monograph slapped Rakita Law with a lawsuit. They got messed with a little bit to help substantiate some things, but that's just the way I look at it. Vic says he's gonna slap Predward around till the day he dies. Hasn't done shit. Looks like they're just working together. I mean, as a matter of fact, he had to go up on his panel and help him out with Jenna. Isn't that amazing? Man, they are serious. Once again, this is 2016. These guys are so serious about taking down Monograph. Didn't even make a dent. And still, where are they at today? Trying to warn people not to watch them.
No, he cannot. I already checked into that. So he's and there ain't gonna be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of facts. He's trying to what they call bully talk, get Spitfire to do something that Spitfire's not gonna do.
No, he is a typical gang stalker. He's a bully. And now that we've been made aware of it, I just want to put it out there. This is the thing.
This is the thing.
You barked up the wrong tree when you started going Mike Soror.
Yep.
You went after his livelihood. You went after the children.
Again, I don't know if I said this, but this is a clip, I think number 4, part 4 of like a 4-hour stream. So this is just a 25-minute clip of the Pandora stream with Toasted, Laurier, Clovis, Spitfire, and there's a few others in there that kind of come in and out that probably just don't belong there, and not knowing, the thing is the Sentinels crew and these other crews try to bring in and recruit people to do their bidding for some reason. And it takes a minute to see through it. You believe their stories at first, but Angela isn't in this one, Skilly. That was the last clip, but yeah, Pandora stream from like 2016.
You went after what he does. I don't care what the man did in his past.
That's right.
It's his past. I just did a show today, and I told you all about my past. Doesn't make me the person that I was then. I'm not the person I am now that I was then. But I'm going to tell you something.
Oh yeah, but before she does that, just a quick. Also, if you didn't catch on, what they're doing here is trying to label Monograph the P word. Okay, the same that Rakita Law did. But these people didn't get slapped for it. Just in case people didn't know who they're talking about.
The person that I wasn't very nice. And like Clovis, you're starting to bring her out. I don't think when it comes out, and not think there's anybody around me, but I'll tell you something. I'll make sure that she comes out to protect Mike, to protect Eric, to protect Dean. Okay? You pick on one of us, you got us all.
Right.
So you better be.
Go on, girl. You good. You're doing good. Go on.
I'm just, Clovis, I'm just like you are. I'm very passionate about this. Okay? Here's the thing is, I've looked at all the videos too. I started a couple of days ago looking at the videos, and they make me sick.
Yeah.
They make me sick to my stomach. And I'm going to tell you guys something that people that are watching or in the chat room. Just use your imagination on what could possibly be in these videos, and that's what is in there.
Oh yeah.
He gets away with it because he puts the titles of something that has nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
You've got to know where you're looking to find these videos.
Yep. And don't let the titles fool you, because he makes it look like he is exposing the deep web and their pedophilia crap, when he's really
teaching how to get there.
Thank you. He's teaching kids.
He's teaching kids how to get on the dark web. Now, a lot of people don't understand what the dark web is. The dark web is exactly what it means. It's dark. And the people that go there are pedophiles, abusers, murderers, human traffickers, drug dealers. These are the type of people that lurk in the dark web. There is no reason for anybody to be in that part of the internet. None whatsoever. Unless you're looking for something like that. Unless you're looking for child porn. Unless
What was Predward going to the dark web for? And some of these other freaks.
you're looking for snuff films. There's no reason.
Drugs. You can get drugs on there too.
Yep.
That's not the only thing. No, one thing I want to say about it is we looked into again what it was today. We heard a story of somebody killing themselves, and people paid $20,000 to see it.
Absolutely. It's called a snuff film, yes.
And after she had done that, right, before doing it, after she'd done it, the person that paid the $20,000 said, "That's it." Yeah. As how sick the people are. All the sickos go there to meet. So my point is, okay, if you're really trying to expose them, that's your excuse of reason why you're there.
But you don't show people how to get there.
No, you don't. And that's what he did.
For
Right.
anyone who has a curiosity, break your curiosity now and never go.
Don't go there. Exactly. And the only reason why I know the dark web is a friend of mine, very, very nice. He was a very nice young man. And he got sucked into the dark web through anime. And he ended up murdering a few people because he got into some groups that were there. I don't even know the specifics, but it's not a place that a person like you or I should even attempt to go to. Not even to research. I want to put that out there. Don't even go there to research. There is nothing there for you.
No.
Please, don't even. Like Toast said, don't even let your curiosity take you.
Well, not only that, but if you're gonna go there for any damn reason to check it out or anything else, it tells me what kind of character you are.
Right.
And that's how I feel about it.
And you're looking at an infection on your computer right off the bat.
The point is, we know exactly, but this son of a bitch goes there. Something tells me he goes there quite often.
I think he does. I think he goes there quite a bit. I think he probably spends more time on that part of the internet than this part, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Most likely.
And I mean, his films are so low graded that I can see why Toast fell asleep. They're disgusting and they're low graded. I mean, low. And I was like, okay, I gotta, because I tell Toast, hold on, I'm gonna watch this video a minute, give me a minute. And he does, and then all of a sudden I'm here snoring. Did you fall asleep during one of his damn videos?
Yeah, it could bored me.
And I'm not gonna lie for him. Yeah. Again, if you guys aren't aware of who this guy is, he goes by I'm Your Ghost, Professor Dom, Agent 9895, Agent 19, Umbrella Man, October Rains, Mr. Dark Zodiac, China Da 13, and I Am King of Fail Know It is another one of his channels, and he has hundreds more. But those are just the ones that I have in front of me right at this moment.
Yeah, he goes by several different names because I think he's got a personality complex. I think it's all of them wrapped into one in his head. I really do. And this is what gets me. This is what's got me so ticked. The reason he came at them for a few giggles and a laugh. Seriously?
Right. Really? I mean, you've been doing this how long, Monograph, and your skin is this thin? Really,
Yeah.
serious? Grow a pair.
Well, he don't even have a dog in this fight. So since he decided to jump in and help, Ward, I decided to jump in because patriots stick together. Patriot brothers stick together and sisters, and he's done mess with the wrong crew. because we have thick skin. And nothing came of that he did to Mike, thank God. Then people were backing Mike. And I hope that they bring federal charges against this son of a bitch. I really do.
Yeah, and let's make sure that people are aware of that. Mike has the support of the Little League team behind him.
Yes, he does.
He has our support, but mostly his Little League coaches and the Little League franchise, they stand behind Mike as we do. They know the source, where this is coming from, and they're not going to let it affect his position whatsoever. And we want Mike to know, if he's listening, how much we love you, Mike, and we have your six.
Oh yes, we love him dearly, and I always told him he was my brother from another mother. And he is so good with he hasn't even met her, and he loves my little girl to death. And she put on one of the shirts of his, and she wanted me to send a picture to him. So I sent it in a text, and he was tickled to death. I'm sorry, but when you bring evil up against good, good is going to prevail every time.
Every single time.
And I'm here to tell you right now, I trust him with my life, my children, and I'm calling this guy out. I want him to come after me. Seriously. Please. What's your efforts towards me? If you can take me down, then I'll shut up about what you do to other people. I swear to God. But it ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. So, you want to open up the call line?
Yeah.
Laura, I'm going to type in your Facebook comments. Real quick, look at what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What was that you put in my box? Toast.
Oh, that's just a little something special that you'll probably want. You know how I.
Got that, Laura?
Yes, I do.
All right. And you said this is something I've got another window. Really? You want me to open another freaking window? Open this. Gotta get my other monitors up. This is. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love gifts.
You would want it.
I love gifts. Thank you.
Huh? It's a gift from me to you.
And it could be a copy for Mark Star.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad he came into the hangout today to talk to us. That was awesome. There you go, Laura. We need that. Put it with all your other information.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But he ain't going after. He mentioned goddess 2 or 3 times. Back off, bitch. Leave her alone.
Oh yeah.
I'm a female. Come after me.
Yep.
And he couldn't even remember Mike Henry's name. Don't speak of our patriots up in Oregon. You don't have a right. Do not let me hear their names or anything about them spew out of your nasty, ugly mouth again.
And I think that goes for all of us. You didn't get all of our names out of your mouth because you don't deserve it. You haven't earned the right to speak any of our names.
No, he can speak mine, but it's got to be Miss Queen Bitch.
Queen
when he
Bitch.
speaks it, and bow when he says it. So, but yeah, okay, call lines are open.
Yeah, you call line.
Oh, with that.
How was that?
That's a lot of bag food.
Yeah, I fixed it right quick.
If anybody has anything they wish to contribute to this conversation,
I'm gonna put the number up as well on the.
Theodore hung out with us till like 3 in the morning and hang out. He thought it was pretty cool. Hey, Theodore, he just got here. It made me late to the party. Oh, you missed a lot, Theodore. And I'm not catching you up on it.
There we go.
If I get ranting again, I will start yelling.
Rewind.
But no, I'm not going to let none of my brothers and sisters off. and I'm gonna come running. And goddess don't even know me. And what she don't know is someone picks on her. This person she don't even know is gonna come running.
That's
and
right.
Mike knows this. Mike is like, focus. I knew he would be this way. And he wanted to get all his ducks in a row before talking to me because he knows how I am about information, And I love him to death. Eric is kick-ass. I've been watching Eric for a long time. You don't even know it. No, Eric wasn't LARPing. I just like listening to people like a talk show, and just turn them on and sit back and listen. And he does that kind of kooky sometimes, which does give me a laugh. And Damien is kick-ass. I love Damien. Matter of fact, I'm doing some work for him on some things that he needs me to get done for him. So, I'm not going to, and now I know you, Laura. So anytime anyone needs me, I'm going to come running whether you want me or not. And when Toast told me that Mike was coming in the hangout, first thing I did was queue up on my mic and say, I'm not backing down. If he's coming in here to back me off, it's not happening. And he said,
no, that's not the way it was going to go down. No.
And Mike says, "Oh, I know not. I'm not going to back you off. I'm not going to do it." So, but it's just there's the call number. If people want to call in, if you have anything about the dark web you'd like to contribute, call us. Maybe we can teach the idiot down there something. I'm going to say down there. I put him beneath me. Oh shit! My dog just did a monograph on the floor. The dog just did a monograph. Oh, that's what they call his food. My husband wants a monograph. That's what I call his food. Oh, man. Yeah, sure did. So that's what I'm going to start calling my dog food. That gives up on the others. I pick on them. But I can't find much. It's being discussed with regards, Clovis, and that too. Oh, okay. Well, here, let me give you a site. And I'm sure he hasn't taken it down. He's too fucking stupid. And straight up, right there hidden.
I'm going to check on it too.
Oh, it's the same. Oh, you didn't watch it a while ago?
No, I'm making sure it's still up.
Well, I refreshed the page and he's still got his ugly
still up.
there.
It's still there. There it is.
Got his ugly mark there. Let me see. I'm gonna pick on everything about him. That now is long. He's just ugly. Yeah, he's just nasty. Looks like he's doing drugs. His eyelids underneath his eye cap. I call them eye caps, where your eyelashes are on the bottom. It's red and puffy. His eyes. So either he's a drinker, or he's blowing too many blowjobs in his eyes. One of the two things. I don't know.
Or I have researched ritualistic sexual abuse, and they do get those sags underneath their eyes when they've had too much anal penetration.
Oh,
and that's not being vindictive against him. That is the God's honest truth. That is something that you get those where your bottom it's sagged down and it gets that little poochie. That is from prolonged anal penetration. So he's into a lot of things. I think by looking at him. Serious help.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Is one of his things. It's like, oh geez, video for this link. Is there a chance that this Montague guy video? Yeah, I sent the link.
I have a 95% chance that he's going to come by and watch this.
Oh, I sent him the link. I put it in my phone.
Oh, that's a 100% chance.
Yeah, he's here now.
That's hilarious.
And he's probably got a tissue crying and thinking of the next video he's going to do, and I can guarantee you it's going to be about me. So, and that's what I call feeding me. Give me some more to fight with. That's what I call feeding me. I kept telling him, and then Laura will tell you, I put it in her box, the conversation. I kept telling him off and on, feed me. Okay.
And we're putting, it looks like Miss Brenda on the line.
Okay.
Hello, Miss Brenda. Go ahead.
Hello, it's Brenda.
Girl.
In regards to his models that he uses in his videos, it is the law to keep on file a record of their age, identity. You have to keep that on file.
What am I sure?
So, yes, you do.
Nah.
around 2004, I want to say.
Yeah.
You have to look that up.
Oh, I love it. It's
Can I get into it? Can I get into it? Can I pull the sheet off of them? Can I get into it? Can I tell them about escapism? Ain't it good to you? 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 The burn. I want to get down. Good.